Introduction by members. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today is a special day in the Chamber. You think you know what it is? I hope you do. Anyways, it's your birthday, by the way. Yeah. Normally, we wait for my friend from Burnaby to do the introduction. She's a little bit late. So on behalf of everybody here, thank you for what you do and wishing you the best and happy birthday today.
Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the gallery this afternoon are 35 members of the Consular Corps of British Columbia. The Consular Corps, based mainly in Vancouver, is the official body comprising all consular officers resident in the province, representing over 80 countries and 4 international organizations. They are here today to participate in briefings by the government. I would like to recognize the Vice Dean of the Consular Corps, Mr. Manish, and all the members of the Consular Corps who have joined us here today. Would the House please extend them a very warm welcome. Thank you.
Member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm very proud today to be joined by my eldest daughter, Sarah, and her fiancé, Darren Miller, and also 2 of my grandchildren, Nolan and Sidley. Now, Sidley is an amazing gymnast. She actually competed in the international gymnastics competition here in Victoria on Friday, where she got a gold medal on beam, and she got a silver medal on vault and 4th overall. So very proud of Sidley. She's done a fantastic job, and just wanted to hope that the House could make my family feel very welcome.
Member for North Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to stand today and welcome Kaylee Zakis back into the Government Whip's office. This is her first day back. After being away on maternity leave, and we're excited to have her back. But also want to say a huge thank you to Patrick Vachon for all of the work and commitment he's shown. We're fortunate to have both of them for a couple of weeks before Patrick heads back off to the East Annex, Mr. Speaker, but not for long. I just want to congratulate Patrick on being accepted into law school this fall, where he will be leaving us and taking a new adventure. So would everybody please welcome Kaylee back and congratulate Patrick Vachon.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, we have some very special guests. We have Louise Tremblay, Executive Director of Brella Community Services Society and Crescent Housing Society. We have Louise Taylor, Director of Community Engagement for Brella Community Services Society and Crescent Housing Society. Nicole Tate, Director of Community Services at Brella. Raj Sahota, Manager of Day Programs at Brella. Jen Deschamps, Manager of Events, and particularly I'm Still Me, which I'll be talking about in a second. And we have, I saw Andreas Martins is up there. And we have, just want to make sure I get my name. We have Ajit Mahat is still up there. So I want to say thank you to the guests, and I look forward to seeing them after question period.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Well, joining us today in the gallery is Michelle Hewitt with her service dog, Leo. Michelle's lived in Kelowna for close to 19 years and recently became my constituent. She was a school principal in the Central Okanagan until she became disabled. Since then, she has become a disability advocate. She volunteers on the Board of Disability Alliance BC, on the City of Kelowna's Accessibility Advisory Committee, on the National Government Relations Committee of MS Canada, and the board chair of the National Organization Disability Without Poverty. Would the House please join me in welcoming Michelle and Leo?
Member for Richmond Steveston.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to introduce to the Chamber today Davy Lau and Kiki Yu, who are both med students. They are going to be looking after us in the future, but they're already engaged and active in the community, and I want to have everybody here welcome them here today. Thank you.
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage the Chamber to extend a warm welcome to students at the high school at Vancouver Island University in Nanaimo. With us today are Brooklyn Bianchini, Aiden Davis, Lila Eigler, Austin Lewis, Marina Martinson, Hannah Riddell Rothera, Ava Tightrope, Natalia Tena Quezada, Alexander Westwood, Shengji Pan, Yuhan Zhang, and their teachers Mike Muir and Christine Lynch. Please make them welcome.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today I get the opportunity to meet, and members of the House getting the opportunity to meet representatives of the BC Lung Foundation and all of their advocacy and work, particularly in these recent times on issues of vaping in British Columbia, which is some of the most exceptional work we've seen of a nonprofit collaborating with young people to bring change in community. I'm very honored to meet with them at lunch and again later today. That's Christopher Lamb, Lauren D'Souza, Kara Roswell, and Tom DeSorcy. And in addition, Honourable Speaker, a second set of introductions. We have representatives of the UBC Medical School, of students of the UBC Medical School today, and there are 30 here. So I will not test the House by naming all 30, but just to say these are obviously exceptional part of the future of the healthcare system. They have strong things to say about that healthcare system, about the importance of public healthcare in our country, and I'll be looking forward, as will many MLAs, to meeting with them later this afternoon, and I wish that you to make them welcome and the representatives of the BC Lung Foundation.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join the Health Minister in welcoming UBC medical students who are here today. Members of the official opposition had an opportunity to meet with a large group of those students, and they did an exceptional job. It filled us with a lot of hope, seeing that young students still interested in a career in medicine. They have some great suggestions, actually, for the Minister of Health, and I'm sure he'll be quite willing to hear from them with the great ideas that they shared with us today. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please join me as well in thanking them for the decision to pursue a medical career and welcome them to the gallery today.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have the honour to present a message to Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 6 and Teacher Supply Act number 1, 2024 and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I move that Bill 6, Supply Act 2024 be introduced and read a first time now. Honourable Speaker, Bill 6 provides interim supply for ministry operations and appropriations for approximately the first 2 months of 2024-2025 fiscal year. Bill 6 also provides interim supply for a portion of government's anticipated financing requirements for 24-25 fiscal years, including an amount equal to 1/3 of the fiscal 2024-2025 estimated capital expenditures, loans, investments, and other financing requirements, and the full amount of the year's estimated disbursements for the revenues collected on behalf of and transferred to the specific programs and entities.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I move the Bill 6 be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for North Coast.
Island, you're
Wasn't it North Coast? No?
North Island.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to stand today and thank a whole community of people for their efforts and achievement in making a much-needed housing project come to fruition in Campbell River. The newly announced Hearth Village, through the Hearth program, which stands for Homelessness, Encampment, Action, Response, and Temporary Housing, is going to provide people sheltering outdoors a safe place to sleep. When completed, this 40-unit village will not only offer sheltering, but will also be staffed 24/7 and provide support services such as daily meals, access to skills training, and health and community support referrals. Mr. Speaker, I want to personally thank Dr. Charmaine Enns, Regional Medical Health Officer, and David Leach, CAO of the Strathcona Regional District, for chairing the Campbell River Table of Partners. This committed group was initiated by the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and was tasked with coming up with solutions in our community, which they have done through sometimes very contentious and difficult conversations. Please join me in also thanking the Wewakam Nation, the Wewakai Nation, Liquita Family Life, Community Action Team, Downtown Campbell BIA, Campbell River Coalition to End Homelessness, Strathcona Regional District, Island Health, Campbell River RCMP, First Nations Health Authority, Vancouver Island Mental Health Society, and BC Housing. And I'd also like to acknowledge Mayor Kermit Dahl, the City of Campbell River Council, and staff for their advocacy. But lastly, I'd like to thank the Minister of Housing and his staff for their quick responsive action to this initiative from the Table of Partners as we work as a team to assist the most vulnerable population in Campbell River. My apologies if I've missed any participants in this absolutely wonderful community collaboration, but Mr. Speaker, it truly is taking a village to build this village. Thank you.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with the utmost pride that I am able to get up and speak about an organization that exists in my community, that is actually part of the heartbeat of our community, and that really is Brella and what they bring to the area of South Surrey and White Rock, and actually other locations that I'll speak on in a second. But it actually stemmed in 1977 from a number of individuals who wanted to dedicate their services to support some older neighbors that they thought may have been struggling with feelings of loneliness and isolation. And that has grown into something today that is remarkably special. And tonight we'll have a chance to meet with Brella and other members from the Crescent Housing Society as well, on a project that is so important, and it is called I'm Still Me. And what is I'm Still Me? I'm Still Me is a project titled that will focus on developing and implementing new attitudes and approaches to support people living with dementia and their families and care partners by creating awareness, breaking down barriers, and breaking the myths of dementia. The program will consist of a series of in-person and online community events aimed at creating awareness about dementia, deconstructing mental models, and reducing barriers and fostering more inclusive communities. That is something that Brella does every single day. The member from Prince George Valemont and I actually had a chance to go and visit Brella in South Surrey, and to see the work that they are doing for the families in our community, for those the most vulnerable, is absolutely, it's beyond inspiring. And I just want to applaud them for the work that they do in our community and throughout this province. And I hope members will join with me in thanking them for that work, and will also join with me tonight as we learn more about their projects and how we can support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Mount Pleasant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, March 4th to the 10th, is Stop the Sexual Exploitation of Children and Youth Awareness Week in British Columbia. It's an opportunity for all of us throughout the province to unite and recognize the importance of supporting communities to develop prevention, education, enforcement, and intervention strategies to address the sexual exploitation of children and youth. You may have noticed the fuchsia ribbons being worn by members of the House and in the community. I invite all members to join and show their support for this important week. Protecting children and youth is one of the most important responsibilities we hold as government and as a province. The Intimate Images Protection Act was introduced to allow us to better protect youth from sexual exploitation. The Act equips us to address these violations swiftly and effectively. To support the Act, we have launched the Intimate Images Protection Service, and this allows us to offer victims emotional support, resources, and assistance with applying to the Civil Resolution Tribunal on communication orders. We will be offering a wallet-sized resource with information on Intimate Images Protection Service. The sexual exploitation of children and youth is one of the most heinous crimes imaginable. We will fight against it with everything we have to ensure that vulnerable members of our society have the support they need. As a victim of a brutal sexual assault at 13, the road to recovery is a long journey. Together, we can support our communities and put an end to these horrible acts.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today, I rise in my capacity as the Shadow Minister for Multiculturalism, Anti-Racism Initiatives, Arts and Culture, and as the MLA for Richmond North Centre, because quite fittingly, and as a massive fan of dumplings, I have the pleasure of joining the opening ceremony of the first Richmond BC Dumpling Festival. The festival was a true celebration of BC's vibrant culture, community, and of course, the delicious world of dumplings. Making things even better by hosting for the first time in my beautiful riding of Richmond North Centre. I would like to recognize the incredible efforts of the Asian Arts and Culture Society for bringing British Columbians together over one of our favorite delicacy that goes beyond borders, dumplings. I want to extend my gratitude to the Board of Directors and my close friend Elle for inviting me. The BC Dumpling Festival was brought to life through a racist incident in a Coquitlam Park and by some passionate people at the Asian Arts and Culture Society. These events continue to inspire me every day as we work towards a more diverse, welcoming, and inclusive British Columbia. The event was also a strong reminder and a moment of reflection of how fortunate the attendees of the festival and I were to enjoy those delicacies, while many fellow British Columbians continue to go hungry and are really feeling the brunt of the ongoing affordability crisis. There's plenty of work ahead of us to ensure those who are suffering as a result of the cost of living crisis and racism are supported and empowered. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the organizers, volunteers, and supporters who have brought Richmond BC Dumpling Festival to life and for supporting the Richmond Hospital Foundation, an important cause we can all get behind. Thank you.
Member for Surrey Guildford.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This beautiful province has 10 mountain ranges, 15,000 miles of coastline, and over 100,000 protected areas. And venturing into the wild here can be a part of our daily life. With our diverse, rugged geography and extensive outdoor recreational opportunities, thousands of our residents and others from around the world take advantage of our natural beauty by venturing into our great outdoors. One of the unfortunate circumstances is that sometimes we encounter danger and require rescue. BC, in fact, has the most recorded search and rescue incidents in all of Canada. We're blessed in this province with women and men who volunteer their services any time of the day and night to come to the aid of lost hikers who have wandered off the trail or who are injured, lost on a ski hill, stranded or in trouble in one of our many waterways or in the air, whatever the problem. These women and men are true volunteers who leave the comforts of their home all across the province at any time of the day or night to answer their call. They go into areas and conditions that sometimes test the limits of their endurance, doing a job that sometimes meets with tragedy. Air, marine, and ground search and rescue volunteers locate and rescue thousands of people every year as a vital emergency service. And each day in this province, we dedicate to mark that service and sacrifice of search and rescue volunteers in this province. The Search and Rescue Volunteer Memorial was unveiled on March 2nd, 2017, as a lasting tribute to remember those search and rescue volunteers who have died in the line of duty and in honor of their sacrifice. I know that all members of the House join with me to salute these women and men in their bravery and sacrifice to others. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's a remarkable sight when you see a large piece of infrastructure moving down the highway. Just last month, the Community of Hope got to see that as the 2,500 square foot historic Hope train station was saved and moved to a new location. And I know the Transportation Minister will be pleased to know that not one curb was hit and not one overpass taken out. Built in 1916, this is the second move the building has undergone in its lengthy career. Originally used as a main connecting railroad station for the wartime incarceration of Japanese Canadians in the Tashme internment camp, the station was moved in 1985, where it had been used as a restaurant, an arts center, but it had been left empty for a number of years. In 2021, the station was scheduled to be demolished due to the transfer of the land it sat on. However, citizens rallied together to protect the building, and the Tashme Historical Society, an organization who are committed to recording the full picture of life at the Tashme internment camp, gained knowledge of the station's historical significance and worked to get a stop work order from the Provincial Heritage Branch. With Tashme Historical Society now owning the building, it will be repurposed into a museum and a visitor center, which will share the history of Chinese Canadians, Japanese Canadians, Indo-Canadians, and First Nations communities located in Hope. I'm so glad to see this historic building preserved and look forward to the positive engagement it will create once restoration is complete in 2025. A special thank you to all those involved in this incredible move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Our province faces a public safety emergency as a direct result of the NDP's reckless experiment to decriminalize hard, dangerous drugs. Far from solving the crisis, this NDP experiment has made it worse, while making people and communities less safe every day. After utterly failing to put in any safeguards, the NDP scrambled to address the fallout with Bill 34. Yet 4 months later, the bill is in limbo and communities are feeling increasingly unsafe. This is a profoundly failed experiment. We've had the highest number of overdose deaths in the history of British Columbia. Will the Premier admit his utter failure and scrap his dangerous experiment to decriminalize hard drugs?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And we believe that actions are required across the board to deal with this public health emergency. That means a very significant increase in recovery and treatment beds. That means actions to ensure the drug supply, people have access to a safer supply of drugs. Member will know that the toxic drug crisis affects all jurisdictions in Canada, including jurisdictions that take different paths, that the number of toxic drug deaths has increased by 25% in 2023 in Alberta and 32% in Saskatchewan, provinces that have taken a different approach. We believe that the best approach is to reduce stigma, to create more access to treatment, and to take down barriers to that treatment, and to ensure that that police forces focus in on the most serious aspects of the problem, which is one of the many serious elements of the problem, which is drug dealing in our province.
Member for Surrey South, supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Decriminalization has created chaos on our streets, playgrounds, and has done nothing to decrease overdose deaths. Instead of putting in safeguards and treatment, the NDP recklessly plunged ahead with decriminalization and are flooding the streets with taxpayer-funded drugs. Over 3,500 pills diverted from the NDP's so-called Safe Supply program have been seized in Campbell River. This was alongside significant quantities of cocaine, methamphetamine, and even fentanyl in the shape of gummy bears and dinosaurs. Diverted drugs being sold on the streets is a damning indictment of the Premier's failure. When will this Premier face the terrible consequences of his reckless decriminalization and end his experiment?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. And I would point out that following up on the Ministry of Health's answer to your question, that police are doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is targeting those drug dealers, targeting those who are trying to profit off what is a public health emergency. That's why they're making the seizures that they are doing, Honourable Speaker, and will continue to do that. And we have in place programs developed with health professionals, developed with police, to ensure that we're doing everything we can to deal with that toxic drug crisis. Measures that side of the House supported, Honourable Speaker, when we realized the seriousness, all of us realized the seriousness of the toxic drug crisis in this province, Honourable Speaker. And it's our expectation that when police do their investigations, and this is still an active investigation, that they find those who are diverting from the, if that is in fact happening, when they are diverting, that those people...
Please continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. That when they are found to be diverting, and often it is gang members who are doing this, that they are fully prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and we expect that to happen. And I know with the job and the work that the police are doing, that will happen.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's be clear. It's this NDP Premier who decriminalized drugs like heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl, and he did it without any safeguards in place. Oregon is taking steps to roll back decriminalization, which has led to the deadliest overdose crisis in U.S. history. Now, the fallout in BC, it mirrors the same chaos and utter explosion of bad outcomes. As Oregon abandons decriminalization in the face of the overwhelming evidence, when will this Premier finally confront reality, listen to communities, and end his failed experiment on decriminalization?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I think the evidence shows that in all jurisdictions, certainly in all jurisdictions in Western Canada, we're seeing the enormous consequences for people across society of the toxic drug, the public health emergency we're seeing everywhere. And it doesn't, I would say to the honourable member, I think, easily submit to the to any simplistic analysis. And that's why we followed through, consistent, by the way, with the report of the all-party committee, Honourable Speaker, with significant actions on treatment, on ensuring that there's access to safe injection sites, and the success of those programs is well understood, Honourable Speaker. That we take actions to ensure access to prescribed safe supply. And yes, we do make adjustments to our programs in terms, including the legislation passed last fall. Honourable Speaker, I think that is the right approach, Honourable Speaker, to not treat those people suffering from the problems of addictions like criminals, but to treat this as a public health issue.
Surrey White Rock supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister talks about evidence. The evidence is 7 people a day are dying in this province. Okay? Communities are in crisis, and this experiment by the Premier has made it worse. The failure is undeniable. Our streets, our parks, and our communities are overwhelmed. Instead of saving lives, it's led to record-breaking loss of life, families broken, and communities suffered. An example. First Nations near Port Hardy have just declared a state of emergency following 11 deaths in 2 months of a community of 1,100 people. To the Premier, it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. How many more lives need to be lost before he admits his decriminalization policy is a catastrophic failure?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And in the case of the situation in the North Island, the right thing is to work together with First Nations, to work together with the First Nations Health Authority and Island Health, and to respond with specific measures that help people. And that's precisely what we've been doing over time in those communities in the last period, with those communities, such that, for example, Island Health has added 34 FTEs in those communities to deliver health care, Honourable Speaker, that we're adding everything from family practice to mental health services to recovery services, Honourable Speaker. We're going to continue to take those actions. Our response to this has been closely in the emergency has been declared by local First Nations, Honourable Speaker, to work closely with them to deliver services and supports that communities need right now and there, and that is precisely what we're doing.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Ministry of Children and Family Development child protection workers have extraordinary powers, including the power to remove children from their homes. Worryingly, despite this extraordinary power, there is no external oversight or regulation of MCFD child protection workers. My question is to the Minister of Children and Families. What is the Minister doing to ensure that the power is used responsibly, that practice standards are being adhered to, that legislation is being followed, and that there is an appropriate and timely level of oversight of decisions related to the removal of children from their parents?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The decision to remove a child from a family is an absolute last resort, and it is made only after thorough assessments and considerations of the least disruptive options and all available alternatives. The vast majority of children and families who interact with our ministry do so and are able to access supports through the ministry and through community. Mr. Speaker, when a child needs to be removed from their home, it is an absolute last resort. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that there is considerable oversight, investigation, and assessment within our ministry, and that external oversight and accountability is absolutely essential to the work in the ministry, including through the Representative for Children and Youth, Mr. Speaker. And I hear in the member's question the concerns for children and family. Those are concerns I share and believe that we need to be doing everything in our power to support families to stay together and for the safety and protection of all children, whether they're at home or in our care.
Leader of third party supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister's response, and I appreciate her response in particular that she wants to do everything in her power. When we consider the power that a child protection worker has in BC, we must also recognize the need for independent oversight and regulation. Teachers, doctors, nurses, engineers, biologists, all professionals in this province who must be expected to work in the public interest are subject to independent oversight by colleges. But there is no such independent oversight for MCFD's child protection workers. Indeed, those child protection workers don't even have to have a social work degree. My question is to the Minister of Children and Families. Will this minister immediately take the steps that she has the power to do to ensure that MCFD child protection workers are appropriately trained as social workers, and will she introduce the legislation that will ensure that all MCFD social workers be registered with the College of Social Workers?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Frontline staff are vital to the work of the ministry, absolutely, when it comes to child protection, but all across the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I share the member's belief in the importance of accountability, oversight, also of quality and inclusion and access, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our frontline workers. This is work that my new deputy and I are digging into, working to build a path forward so that we have the accountability and oversight of our frontline work, again, because the most important job for us to do is ensure that children in our province are safe and protected, whether at home or in our care.
Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I met with a physician who works in Fraser Health. The doctor told me that if you have gynecological cancer south of the Fraser, there is a 0% chance that you will be treated by the benchmark time. Mr. Speaker, patients are dying on wait lists, waiting for NDP's rationed health care. Whether it's Sophia from Vancouver Island or cancer patients south of the Fraser, it's clear that health care is failing in British Columbia. And Mr. Speaker, for me, this is personal. My wife had cancer over 20 years ago. She lost the ability to have children, but BC doctors did save her life. Yesterday, a doctor told me that if my family had lived in Surrey, she could have died on a wait list. Mr. Speaker, when British Columbians need health care, they shouldn't be rolling the dice. My question to the Minister of Health, do you think it's right that British Columbians are dying on wait lists for health care?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I think the member will know, and I hear the sense of personal impact that cancer can have both for him and for, I think, everybody in British Columbia. It's why we're taking the action we're taking in BC to increase cancer services. It's why we've added since April 1st, since the start of the 10-year cancer plan, 84 new cancer doctors in BC, innumerable number of new nurses, the establishment of team-based care, the actions we've taken with respect to, for example, chemotherapy, where 11% in 1 year more treatments took place. Because we see the central importance of it. This was a central element of last year's budget, a central element of this year's budget, supporting a cancer plan that will deal, I think, with a situation where we're going to see go from 30,000 cancer diagnoses now to 44,000 in 2034. That's why this is a singular investment of the healthcare system at the moment, and we're going to continue to take actions to ensure that patients get the care they need in British Columbia, everywhere in the province.
Leader of the Fourth Party, supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just cancer patients who are suffering from the chaos that this NDP-managed healthcare system is doing. Vancouver Sun reported, and I quote, "A fee dispute between a small group of specialist eye doctors and the society representing BC's eye doctors and surgeons means that 20,000 mostly elder patients being treated for serious eye conditions could be without treatment next month." End quote. Mr. Speaker, this dispute is affecting British Columbia's ability to access vital health care. And last week, my constituency office heard from a senior in Prince George who is concerned about this because he can't afford the cost of the injections to keep his eyesight, and he very well may go blind. This senior citizen is now being asked to put out his credit card and pay thousands of dollars for critical health care. Can the minister please explain why he is allowing this situation to deteriorate to the point where seniors are at risk of losing their eyesight?
Minister of Health.
Well, Honourable Speaker, this question was asked 5 days ago by the member for Prince George Valemont, and at that time I made it very clear that no such thing will happen in BC. That, Honourable Speaker, let me say just three more things about it, though, Honourable Speaker, that there is discussions between the Ophthalmological Division of the Doctors of BC and a proposal they've made, and a dispute between them and a subgroup of that group, of the retinal specialists. And we are certainly going to engage with both those groups. What we're not going to do, Honourable Speaker, is accept letters going out to patients which cause, Honourable Speaker, pain to patients. I want to say to every patient, see, with macular degeneration and other conditions, Honourable Speaker, that their service will continue to be free and their service will be maintained before April 1st and after April 1st.
Member for Caribou Chilcotin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps it's because the Premier is shielded by his personal police detail that he is completely out of touch with how unsafe people feel with rising street disorder and crime. His catch and release playbook has struck again, this time leaving a man in a wheelchair stabbed multiple times in the neck in broad daylight in Vancouver. This vicious, unprovoked attack was by a known dangerous offender with a lengthy history of violence, and he was immediately released back into the community until a court appearance in July. Mr. Speaker, the Premier's cycle of catch and release continues to create innocent victims. When will he stop enabling violent, prolific offenders and start putting the rights of our communities first?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. So it's an opportunity to continue to outline the steps this government has taken to ensure that our communities and the public are safe, Honourable Speaker, starting with getting the bail conditions changed, which this province led the initiative on, Honourable Speaker. By ensuring that we're able to hire additional RCMP officers to fill the provincial vacancies, Honourable Speaker, more than 256, which is already part of a 3-year program. We are now into the 2nd year, Honourable Speaker. So ensuring that safety in smaller communities and rural communities and the important integrated teams that are required are in place, Honourable Speaker. Those are initiatives that are underway. That builds on the work that we have done, whether it's a forensic firearms lab, Honourable Speaker, whether it's a witness security program to go after gang members, Honourable Speaker, by its ensuring all of those things taking place. Things that that side of the House could have done when they sat on this side, Honourable Speaker, and failed to do, Honourable Speaker. We are going to continue that work, Honourable Speaker, working with communities, working with police to ensure that they've got the resources that they need so that we can deal with the challenges of public safety that communities face in BC.
Member for Caribou North.
Mr. Speaker, under this soft on crime Premier, downtown Quesnel's chaos has worsened. In just the past 2 months, over a dozen businesses have been targeted by criminals, some multiple times. Mama Sia's was hit with a brazen daylight robbery. Outlaw was broken into 3 times. Keen's endured an attempted after-hours looting, and Arrow Lifestyle suffered multiple break-ins. The wave of criminal activity doesn't stop there. Wiesel Tattoo woke to shattered storefront. Reason to Run was also hit by a smash and grab, and City Furniture dealt with the aftermath of a broken window. With Quesnel's businesses under siege by repeat offenders, when will the Premier finally abandon his failed catch and release playbook?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the questions from the member. I appreciate the fact that they find themselves in desperate straits, that they seem to be wanting to make themselves even more relevant, perhaps, than the 2-member dynamic duo sitting on the other side of the other aisle, Honourable Speaker. But I want to let this member know, Honourable Speaker, I want to let this member know that we continue to work with local governments to put in place the programs, the initiatives that police themselves are asking for, such as the Revoy program, which is already bearing results, Honourable Speaker. And this program we put in place, but guess what, Honourable Speaker? When they had the opportunity, when they sat on this side of the House, they cancelled it, Honourable Speaker. They cancelled the very program that police have asked us to reinstate, Honourable Speaker. We've put it in place. It is in communities right across this province, Honourable Speaker, and it is working, and we will continue to work with police on the initiatives required to keep people safe in our province.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, our communities are grappling with rampant crime, a direct result of the soft on crime Premier's policies. In Kamloops, a spree of smash and grab incidents has created chaos for over a dozen downtown businesses with shattered windows and break-ins. Small businesses not only face constant theft, vandalism, and social chaos, but they also find themselves entangled in the NDP's red tape of the Small Business Rebate Program. Mr. Speaker, this was a program that was announced 7 months ago in July of 2023. It was announced with a fund of $10.5 million, grants to be pushed out to small businesses impacted by all this social disorder and chaos. Yet to date, as of this moment, the fund has only distributed $71,000. Let me say that again, $71,000 of a $10.5 million fund. So my question to the Premier is this: will the Premier step up and cut the red tape now so that small businesses that are just hanging by a thread due to the Premier's failed catch and release policies, that those businesses actually get the help that they need today and not 7 months from now?
Mr. Minister of Jobs and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for raising this question. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their communities, and that includes small businesses and small business owners. And we understand the impact that vandalism is having on small businesses. That's why we created this program and funded it at $10.5 million. To the member opposite, we have heard concerns from the small business community. I've met with those people who have raised concerns. We've called together our small business roundtable to advise me on it, and I'll share with the member that we are making changes to this program to ensure this $10.5 million gets out the door and into the hands of the small businesses that need this support.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, this is a government that processes prolific offenders and gets them back out on the street faster than the grants to try to help the businesses they're supposed to be trying to help. So be it crime and disorder that businesses are dealing with, be it failed granting programs businesses are dealing with, let's talk about yet another failed grant program, not a loan program, but an actual grant program as a glaring example of bureaucratic NDP red tape. The Blue Grotto in Kamloops is being forced to repay the $10,000 circuit breaker grant plus interest that they received during COVID as a condition of shutting down for public health reasons. The government gave them the money for rent. And by witnessed by the fact that they're still in business a few years later, I would say they met that threshold and spent the money as it was intended to be. Yet, tangled in red tape and bureaucratic absurdity, the NDP is now clawing the $10,000 back. Meanwhile, the Premier has no problem trying to criticize the federal government about clawbacks on small businesses as it relates to the double standards around the CEBA loans. Talk about total NDP hypocrisy. Will the Premier step up and cut the red tape so small businesses that actually played by the rules aren't punished by this government?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I really appreciate the member bringing up the fact that we made some of the largest investments to supporting small businesses directly in grants in the country. Now, Honourable Speaker, not like many other provinces, and certainly like the federal government, they decided to make loans. We decided early on that we knew it was going to be difficult for small businesses to make it through and then have to pay those loans back. Many businesses have been saved. In fact, I would say even the members' community has tons of businesses that have been saved because of the grants we provided. Now, I think the member surely would appreciate that when you have rules in place and parameters in place, and if someone is not spending the dollars wisely or like it was supposed to spend it, there needs to be parameters for checks and balances. We are happy to look at the case that the member mentions, but I will emphasize this important point. We are the leaders in economic recovery in the country because of the supports that we provided small businesses and families throughout the pandemic, and we're proud of that.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Extreme cold has devastated our fruit and wine industry, slashing production by a staggering 99%. The financial toll is in the hundreds of millions of dollars lost. Yet in the face of this emergency, the response from the NDP government has been definitely silent. The Agriculture Minister's inaction speaks volumes, Mr. Speaker. No policy changes, no emergency funding, no flexibility in regulations, nothing to cushion the blow or even give hope to our tree fruit farmers, those growing grapes, and those producing wine here in BC. Mr. Speaker, when will the Agriculture Minister step up and provide the urgent and immediate support and relief that our farmers and industries desperately need to survive?
Minister of Agriculture. Minister.
Thank you, member, for the question. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that our wine industry is struggling due to the impacts of climate change. We recognize how serious this issue is. Our wine sector bolsters tourism, provides good jobs for thousands of people, and has economic benefits for everyone who lives in British Columbia. We are working closely with the industry and have programs in place to support grape growers and vineyards. We are funding climate preparedness tools like canopy cooling, flood-proofing, and retrofitting to protect against extreme weather. We are determined to support BC wine growers and wineries, and will continue to work with them on solutions, including looking at an expanded replant program to meet growing demand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
British Columbians are struggling more than ever, with skyrocketing costs turning basic necessities into luxuries. Marianne Larson, a Kelowna mother, has watched her grocery expenses double under this NDP government. Facing such harsh realities, Larson has advised her sons against having children. And I quote, "If I could do it over again, I would not have had children knowing what I see now," end quote. As families face the NDP's suffocating financial pressure, the dream of raising a family becomes unattainable, driving many to leave. And the budget confirms this, that there's been a net outflow in the last 5 consecutive quarters of NDP governance. With this ongoing crisis, why does the Premier continue to deepen the deficit, neglecting the urgent need for relief on essentials like gas and groceries?
Government House Leader.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. And we know people are struggling throughout this province. In fact, we know this challenge is not only in British Columbia, it's across the country, it's in fact across North America. We know housing is one of the key reasons why people are struggling, Honourable Speaker. We know that the lack of housing availability in our communities has put a real pressure on families throughout BC. Certainly we know those that with means are able to get housing. Those that are struggling continue to get pushed and pushed and pushed. That's why, Honourable Speaker, we've taken such bold action with our Homes for People plan to get more housing increase in our communities, Honourable Speaker. Housing is a key component, a key issue that we know that too many communities are dealing with. That's why we're cutting red tape to increase housing supply. That's why, Honourable Speaker, we're finding ways to directly invest in the type of affordable housing that we need in our communities. And lastly, Honourable Speaker, we're also protecting our existing housing stock so that the story we just heard, the folks that have housing, they don't get displaced by investors coming in to buy their buildings, Honourable Speaker. We're going to continue to do that work because we know British Columbians are depending on us.
The bell and the question period. Government House Leader. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 18 on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I move that motion 18, standing my name on the order paper, establishing concurrent proceedings of the House for this session, happen. Thank you, sir.
Members, the question is adoption of motion 18 on the order paper. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued budget debate in the main House.
Committee Chair. Abbotsford West. Just wait, let the members lead.
If members could please take their seats, we're ready to proceed. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to engage in the debate. So this is I think by my calculation, the 7th full budget that the government, the NDP government has introduced. And as I was thinking about whether or not to make remarks, it occurred to me that over the course of the last 7 years, I haven't always spoken to the budget, and there's a few reasons for that. I wouldn't want to leave the impression that it's because I was wholeheartedly in support of the direction, the budgetary direction being charted by the government. I will say that in some of those budgets there were provisions that I thought were supportable, worthy of positive commentary. I, for example, have no hesitation observing that in 2020, 2021, in the midst of the COVID crisis, providing a measure of supports to people, to business, was a worthwhile endeavor. And I will have a little bit more to say about that and its relation to the budget before us today. I should say as well, I mean, some members recall, for better or for worse, I had the opportunity to present 5 budgets to this Assembly. Those budgets, like the one before us today, represent the expression of the government's collective will. And I think that's important to recognize, that it is the government's budget. The finance minister, to be sure, is we have a former finance minister in the Assembly today. The finance minister is probably in a better position than anyone, save and except for the Premier, to influence the direction of the budget. But it is an expression of the government's will. That is, I presume, the case today, and it was certainly the case in the time that I was presenting the budget. I was also cognizant of the fact that at a certain point, people decided that the privilege of governing should pass from the party that I was and remain a member of to another party. That happened. That transfer took place, one could say electorally, a little bit indecisively in 2017, and then more decisively in the election that followed. And I thought over that period, as a new minister and a new government were acting on their mandate and presenting their budgets, that it wasn't necessarily helpful to have the old guy come along with tales of what had happened or should have happened, and critiquing from that perspective. There are 2 reasons that I've chosen to engage and participate in the discussion and debate around this particular budget. One is fairly personal. I'm leaving. It'll be my last chance to drawing applause from across the aisle. It'll be, it's my final opportunity. So I decided that I would put on my budget suit. And there's a little bit of vanity involved in that, because it is the suit that I put on 12 years ago, the first time I presented a budget. And I'm a little bit, and the belt is a little tighter, but I'm still in the suit. There's a second reason, and maybe clearly a more serious reason than that.
in my last opportunity to reflect on the budget. And that's because I am troubled by some of the revisionist history that is, some are attempting to write about how we have arrived at the state we are in. And look, in making that observation, I will confess to at least one bias, and probably throughout my presentation a few. I am troubled by the budgetary direction being charted by the government, and particularly as it reveals itself in this budget. And I'll try to expand on that a little bit later in my presentation. But one of the things I've repeatedly heard, and I've listened as always to the presentations from members of the House and members of the government in defending their budget, the rationale that is consistently being relied upon members of the government in particular is that their approach derives from the need to address years of budgetary cuts inflicted and imposed by the previous government, particularly in the area of healthcare. And we hear that repeatedly, over and over, and that's the myth that is being referred to is that this government, the NDP government, inherited a healthcare system that had endured years of cutbacks. And I feel obliged to at least put on the record what those years of cutbacks actually looked like, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, sorry. The government that I was a part of in introducing its first budget in 01-02 set the healthcare budget at $10.5 billion. That represented a $1.1 billion increase the year previous. The next year it went from 10.5 to 10.9 billion. Year after that it went to 11.2 billion. Then it went to 11.5 billion. Then it went to 12.4 billion. Then it went to 13.2 billion. Then it went to 14.2 billion. Then it went to 15 billion. Then in 09-10 it went from 15 billion to 15.5 billion. Then it went to 16.1 billion. Then in 11 and 12, and I have a specific interest in this because I was the health minister at the time, it went from 16.1 billion to 17 billion. Then in the following year it went to 17.5 billion. In 13-14 it went from 17.5 billion to 17.9 billion. Then to 18.4 billion. Then to 19 billion. Then to 19.7 billion. I'm interested in those years because I was the guy delivering the budget that these numbers derive from. In 2017-18, the budget for healthcare increased a further 940 million to $20.6 billion. Madam Chair, over the course of the life of that budget, the budget for healthcare doubled. Now, the members of this chamber get elected here to criticize the choices that were made and whether or not how those funds were expended, what the results were. But to stand here and take their lead from the health minister, who, when confronted by very negative results that are being achieved in healthcare, merely replies by pointing to what he terms and describes as the cuts of the previous administration, is fundamentally inaccurate. It is developing a myth and reinforcing a myth that bears no relationship to reality. Now, I want to contrast that with a situation that is unfolding right now, Madam Chair, and that is people who require treatments in healthcare to prevent them from going blind. We've heard a little bit about that in this assembly. I have a letter that I've received over the weekend from a constituent. My mom is an 88-year-old Abbotsford resident who has received sight-saving eye injections for diabetic retinopathy for over 10 years, completely covered by MSP. That service is now in jeopardy. And the health minister says, no, that is not so. The retinal specialists that perform that service have been advised that the budget for reimbursement of those services is being cut by 32%. That, Madam Chair, is a budget cut. The Minister of Health in this government are in something as fundamental as preserving people's eyesight, embarking on precisely the kind of behavior they falsely accuse others of having undertaken, and that is to cut the budget. A senior requiring this service, and full disclosure, Madam Speaker, my mom's one of them. She's one of the 25,000 British Columbians whose eyesight is preserved because of this program. And we know what the cost will be, and we know what the cost will be for my constituent, some of whom need these injections and treatments every 2 months, sometimes more frequently. That's an $1,800 cost. And let's just be clear about what has precipitated this. It is a decision by the Ministry of Health to reduce the budget for reimbursing this service by 32%. So, Madam Speaker, I am hopeful that sanity will prevail and a resolution can be found to this, because surely everyone in this chamber understands the need and the understands how fundamentally important it is to ensure that people have the treatment they need to preserve their eyesight, and that putting a price tag of $1,800 or $2,000 a year on that in this day and age is simply wrong. But the clock is ticking, and a solution needs to be found in the next 3 weeks. And we in the opposition will be watching to ensure that a solution is found, Madam Chair. I wanted to talk a little bit about the fiscal path we are on. I listened, as I always do, to the budget presentation by the finance minister, and I do know this: preparation of budgets is a lot of work. The member for Coquitlam understands that too, and we argue in here about the decisions that are made and the priorities that are set, but the physical task of putting together a budget for an operation as big as government is very, very challenging, and it's very time consuming, and it takes between the officials from the minister on down. So my quarrel is not in any way to disparage the work or the effort that has been undertaken. But as I listen to the words, and I must confess, I always think of budgets, they are about people, they are about governments giving expression to their priorities, but there is also a part of the budget, and you can criticize me for saying this, that is about disclosing the bottom line. It is that moment when the people, the citizens, are entitled to look to government and know in clear, unambiguous terms where we sit. Now, everyone does this differently. When I was delivering 5 budgets, I always began the budget presentation with a paragraph that said, here's where we are. Here's, pointing to the pages of the budgetary documents, that says, here's what the government believes it's going to take in this year, and here's what the government, in terms of revenue, and here's what the government is going to spend, and here's the difference. Now, back in the day, in my day, the difference appeared on the surplus side, but sometimes those surpluses were really thin, and sometimes people didn't believe them. Fair enough. That credibility, if there is to be credibility, builds over time. But in this budget, which is historic for some of the wrong reasons in my view, I waited for the finance minister in this government to at least at the conclusion of doing what finance ministers generally do, and that is highlighting what they believe are the positive features of the government, the areas where they intend to spend money, the areas where they intend to assign priority, to say to people, yes, and we believe this is all good, but you need to know that in seeking to achieve these objectives, your government is going to spend $8 billion more than you're sending it. And the finance minister never did that. Now, I don't know why that is so. Was it because she didn't want British Columbians to know? She just came from the media lockup, and clearly the media knew, and therefore the public knows. Or maybe she's not comfortable with conveying that in a way that would allow people to better understand the significance of it. I understand that, as I sort of reflect back somewhat nostalgically, that people have a view of the previous government's approach, government that I was a member of, approach to budgeting. I understand that they think I, as finance minister, was frugal. Some people think too frugal. We didn't overspend government revenues. We did pay down the debt. We paid down the debt to the point where the new government in 2017-18 was able to celebrate, and did celebrate, the total elimination of the operating debt. And they purported to be proud and pleased with that. I certainly was, because it was a reflection of some hard work by British Columbians over the previous 5 or 6 years. And I guess if I'm being honest, as I'm trying to be, Madam Chair, I have to make this confession at this late stage in my career here, and that is that I was taught, and I conducted myself, and the government I was part of conducted itself around the principle that when times are generally good, you better be preparing for the rainy day, because they're not always going to be good. And that's not necessarily a reflection on things that happened within BC, but other things can happen that impact on us. And boy, did they ever happen in 2020. And we just had an exchange here in the House about the government's response. And when that happened, and you will get no quarrel from me about how circumstances it required and justified government stepping in. But the NDP government of 2020 was able to step in because the conditions, the fiscal conditions of the province of British Columbia were stronger than any other province in Canada, and probably any other jurisdiction in North America. And I'm proud of that, but I'm troubled that any notion of that seems to have been abandoned. All of us in this chamber, even the youngest members, are able to look back and know that tough times arrive. We don't have to go back to the Depression of the 1930s. Some of us remember the inflationary recession of the 1970s. 1980 to 83 was devastating in this province in terms of what happened to interest rates and the economic impact of that. We had a made in BC recession in the 1990s. I won't dwell on that. We had a world recession that hit when I was in government in 2008. And of course, we've had COVID. And I believe that this budget, from that perspective, is irresponsibly reckless because it leaves British Columbians exposed to the next one. And we can be naive and believe that there isn't going to be another one of those events, but there's going to be. There is going to be an economic event that takes place on a global basis that British Columbians will require help or be looking to their government to help protect them from, and the government won't be in a position to offer that help. This budget, in my view, I've used that word reckless in that sort of macro way, but it's also reckless in terms of how it's put together. And I'm glad I'm not the only former finance minister in the room, because the other one from Coquitlam I won't call on her to do this, but in her mind may be able to verify some of the things I'm saying. There is something called an Economic Forecast Council, and I'm not going to go through the history. I think most people know that it emerged out of a circumstance in the 1990s that caused the government of the day a lot of distress, did a disservice to British Columbia. But anyway, we have an Economic Forecast Council that government since that time came to rely upon for providing advice, unbiased, nonpartisan advice around questions of economic growth. The member for Coquitlam met with them, I met with them. They come in, it's usually in December sometime just before Christmas, and they give their reports. And the people in the Treasury branch and the Finance Ministry take that information, they usually average it out, and I, certainly in the 5 budgets I did, and I think the one that the couple that the member for Coquitlam did, out of an abundance of caution, you take a 0.1 or 0.2 and you budget on that basis. So you've got a little bit of a cushion in case all these so-called experts are overly optimistic. The government today has decided that's not warranted. In fact, they haven't just accepted the number, they've gone beyond accepting the number, and they have plugged in an even more optimistic number. They have said to those experts, who, by the way, are not always completely right, but they have said, we're going to gamble. We're going to gamble that the economy does better than you think it will. Which means these numbers that we're debating in this budget, there's a better chance that they will be worse than that they'll be better, in my view, at least. The other thing the government has done, which quite frankly, I was shocked about, is to present a budget that included no forecast allowance. Now, what people say, well, what does that mean? It means that the process of budgeting is so complicated, and you're trying to predict all kinds of, what's the price of gas going to be? What's the price of lumber going to be? What are the caseloads going to be? There's all of these features that go into pulling together a budget for an operation as complex as the BC government, for a province as diverse as British Columbia is. And the tried and true way to acknowledge that probably, despite all of the talent that exists within the ministry and the Treasury branch, stuff is going to happen and we're not going to get it completely right. The way to address that risk is to say, but let's build in a cushion. And it is a cushion. It is a cushion that says, if the price of gas turns out to be a little lower than we predicted, we've got that cushion. Sometimes there's good news. Sometimes the price of lumber goes up higher, and sometimes it's a wash, but it generally isn't. And so in presenting a budget that has the largest operational deficit in the history of the province, the government, the finance minister, the premier decided to forego the inclusion of a forecast allowance. And again, all that does is increase dramatically the risk that the $8 billion figure we're talking about will be significantly higher. Again, not good news. Not good news. Government says, I think, well, don't worry, times are good, which of course I find counterintuitive, because if times are good, then maybe we should be battening down the hatch, maybe we should be strengthening our fiscal position in terms of reducing some of our debt levels. But I'm not sure times are as good as the government is suggesting, because when you go into the budget, and the budget's a complex document, you discover from the government's own numbers that population is flowing out of BC, not in. Our share of the national population is shrinking, not growing, and that's been the case for the last 5 quarters. If you go to page 79 of the budget, it tells us that private sector employment is declining, not growing in BC. And one that I haven't heard a lot of commentary about, our still most important industry and export industry, forestry. The harvest levels over the course of this fiscal plan are going to reduce from what they are now at 47 million cubic meters to 32 million cubic meters. Now, I remember when those levels were up in the 80s. And the economic impact that is going to have on communities like Merritt, well, communities right across British Columbia, Madam Chair, is going to be dramatic. Look, I'll say it in the time available, we're headed for a credit downgrade. Cost of borrowing money is going up. And I say that, you know, debt to GDP, debt to revenue. When I was finance minister, those bond rating agencies said, if you go over 95%, we're downgrading you. This budget takes us from the 90s to 151%. And it doesn't stop there, Madam Chair. It's not like in the end of the 3-year fiscal plan, suddenly it draws back up. That's a trend line. And you can credibly and easily say that given the chance, 5 years out, our debt to revenue number will be closer to 200%. So when members of the government, as they have been doing during the course of debate, fire across at the opposition and say, not surprisingly, well, what would you cut? I say to myself, well, actually, before that will ever become an issue for us, the question is, what are you going to cut? Because hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars more are going to be spent servicing the debt, and that is all money that will be unavailable for programming. You can't budget on good intentions. And when you do, you get into serious problems. I don't think the people in the chamber, including my colleagues on the other side and the government side, I don't believe that they are selfish people. I don't believe that. They're engaged in public service, as are people on this side. So when I say that I think the budget is a selfish document, I mean it's a politically selfish document. Because the members of the government who have contributed to the decisions, in my view, that have given birth to this budget understand that ultimately this is going to create a mess. But they also understand they're probably not going to be around to clean it up. And that's why I think it's selfish. It's fun to spend money, really fun to spend someone else's money. But when you spend it at the rate this budget purports to do, I believe the government is exposing British Columbians today and in the future to some very, very challenging circumstances. And any cursory review of history tells us that that next catastrophic event is headed our way. And unlike 2020, we will not be in a position to weather that. We will not be in a position to offer the kind of support that all members of the House on both sides would like us to offer. And for that reason, Madam Chair, for all of the good intentions that the government points to, I am not supportive of the budget or the direction it charts for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I would like to say thanks to the member from the Abbotsford West for his comments, last comments on budget speech. And I wish him well and success for his future endeavors. Good luck. Madam Speaker, I'm really pleased to stand up in this House today to speak in favor of the budget 2024. I would like to start by acknowledging the territory of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples, the Chongis, and the Esquimalt First Nations, and to thank them for sharing these lands in peace and friendship. On budget, Madam Speaker, people are facing challenges. It's a difficult time. People are facing challenges. High interest rates, Madam Speaker, global inflation, and a slower global economy have impacted the day-to-day lives of the people of British Columbia. So this is time, Madam Speaker, to take actions, real actions, Madam Speaker, to support the people of British Columbia during this very difficult time. So I feel very proud to support this budget, Madam Speaker, because it takes on the big challenges people are facing today by helping with everyday costs, delivering more homes faster, strengthening healthcare and other services, and building a stronger, cleaner economy for the people of British Columbia. So we are, Madam Speaker, taking actions to support the people of British Columbia with everyday costs, and by investing in healthcare and other services, and delivering more homes faster than ever before. And this is, Madam Speaker, is our approach of the members of the government of the day. But there are others, Madam Speaker, who have completely different approach. And that's fine. In democracy, it's okay. They have a completely different approach, Madam Speaker, to the budget. They say we should respond to these challenges by leaving people to fend for themselves and make deep cuts, really deep cuts, in the name of reducing the deficit. In other words, Madam Speaker, they say, don't worry about providing any relief to people for cost of living, and make deep cuts to healthcare, education, and other services in the name of reducing the deficit. This is their approach, Madam Speaker. People cannot afford that approach, Madam Speaker. People can't afford cuts to services at this point in time. It would weaken, Madam Speaker, the public services we all rely on and drive up costs for people with added fees, fares, and tolls. And it would leave people at risk to those who take unfair advantage, like wealthy speculators. So this is time, Madam Speaker, this is a time to stand up with the people of British Columbia, and we are best positioned, Madam Speaker. We are best positioned to do that. And let me tell you why. Because British Columbia, Madam Speaker, is an economic leader in the country. British Columbia is an economic leader, Madam Speaker, in the country under the BC NDP government. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. Last year, Madam Speaker, there's a job creation comments there by the previous member. Last year, we created, Madam Speaker, 74,000 new jobs, including 40,000 private sector jobs, Madam Speaker, 40,000 private sector jobs. And let me tell you more, Madam Speaker. Last year's job creation is 4 times higher, Madam Speaker, than when the BCUP leader was the finance minister, Madam Speaker. In 2012, under his leadership, only 17,700 total jobs were created. BC's GDP, Madam Speaker, growth since 2017 is the highest among all large provinces. And our exports, Madam Speaker, of goods increased by 30% from 2017 to 2023, putting us in a strong place, Madam Speaker, to weather today's slower global economy. Housing starts. Last year, Madam Speaker, were at a record high. BC has recorded, Madam Speaker, the highest average hourly wages in the country. And women's employment, Madam Speaker, grew by over 100,000, Madam Speaker, between 2017 to 2023, a strong indicator that our childcare program is working. So clearly, Madam Speaker, BC is an economic leader in the country under the BC NDP government. We are, Madam Speaker, building an economy that works better for people by tackling the big challenges we are facing right now. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I support this budget, because it takes on the big challenges people are facing today by helping with everyday costs, delivering more homes, strengthening healthcare and other services, and building a stronger, cleaner economy for the people of British Columbia. An economy, Madam Speaker, that benefits all British Columbians, not for the selected few. That was the case under the previous administration. This budget, Madam Speaker, takes actions to help people with everyday cost. BC is a great place to live, Madam Speaker, but global inflation has made life more expensive for people. The BC government, Mr. Speaker, is helping people with everyday costs, including delivering more homes, reducing the cost of childcare, providing more meals, snacks in schools, and boosting skills training so people can access good-paying jobs. Budget 2024, Madam Speaker, builds on this foundation by keeping more money in people's pocket during tough times. More families with children will get more help with costs. And let me tell you the program, Madam Speaker. Family will see, Madam Speaker, a 25% increase to their monthly BC family benefit starting in July 2024. A family of 4 would receive up to $2,850 per year, and with this bonus, Madam Speaker, will now receive as much as $3,563. A single parent, Madam Speaker, with 1 child would receive up to $2,250 and will now receive as much as $2,688. On average, Madam Speaker, families will receive $445 more dollars. And more families will benefit, Madam Speaker. Approximately 66,000 more families will receive the benefit and the bonus this year. A total of, Madam Speaker, 340,000 families will benefit during the 12-month period. People in British Columbia, Madam Speaker, will get a break on their electricity bill, thanks to a one-time BC electricity affordability credit. Households will save, Madam Speaker, an average of $100 on their bill over the course of the year, and the average small business will save $400, Madam Speaker, over the course of the year. And people and businesses will see the credit on each monthly bill starting in April 2024. Similarly, Madam Speaker, individuals and families will also see an increase to their quarterly climate action tax credit payment this year. If a family, Madam Speaker, of 4 received $890 last year, they will now receive $1,005, and an individual that received $447 last year will now receive $504 starting in July 2024. Budget 2024, Madam Speaker, also calls from growing businesses by doubling the exemption threshold of the employer health tax from $500,000 to $1 million, Madam Speaker, payroll. With this change, Madam Speaker, 90% of businesses will be exempt from the tax, estimated to save them more than $100 million a year. More than $100 million a year. Similarly, Madam Speaker, starting in 2024, as people file their 2023 income taxes, renters will see up to $400 come back to them through the BC Renters Tax Credit. Our government, Madam Speaker, continue to take actions to lower people's net taxes and costs, Madam Speaker, including through tax credits and benefits, building on the elimination of taxes like MSP premium, elimination of tolls on bridges, and reducing cost on ICBC premium. I support this budget, Madam Speaker, because this budget will deliver more homes for people faster than ever. People want a decent home, Madam Speaker, they can afford in a community they love. With inflation and day-to-day cost of living pressures, finding affordable housing, Madam Speaker, is challenging for too many people. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that BC government is leading the country. BC government is leading the country in finding solutions to the housing crisis by fixing outdated zoning rules, turning more land and areas near transit hubs into homes for people, making sure secondary suites can be built in every community in BC, cutting down long wait times, Madam Speaker, at the residential tenancy branch, and protecting renters by capping rent increases well below inflation, providing an annual $400 renters tax credit. Budget 2024, Madam Speaker, introduces the new BC home flipping tax effective January 1st, 2025, to discourage speculators, Madam Speaker, from driving up prices. This will be a tax, Madam Speaker, on the profit made from selling a residential property within 2 years of buying it, with specific exemptions, Madam Speaker, of life circumstances such as divorce, death, illness, and relocation of work, among others. Revenue, Madam Speaker, from the tax will go directly to building more affordable homes for the people of British Columbia. For many, Madam Speaker, buying a home, as we all know, is the largest purchase they will ever make, and property prices are making it harder. Every little bit helps. And Budget 2024 aims to give people the financial boost they need to bring buying a home within reach, including, Madam Speaker, increases to the threshold for the first-time home buyers program, so it reflects today's market. Qualifying first-time buyers, Madam Speaker, can benefit when they purchase a home worth up to $835,000, with the first $500,000 completely exempt. First $500,000 completely exempt from the property transfer tax. And this could mean, Madam Speaker, this could mean as much as $8,000 in saving. I support this budget, Madam Speaker, because we are taking action to strengthen health care. I know there were comments about health care. So you and your family can get the care you need and when needed. People want public health care, Madam Speaker, they can count on. With the population growing and aging, Madam Speaker, and a large segment of doctors and nursing retiring in the next decade, more people are needed to fill those jobs and help meet the demands of the healthcare system. Budget 2024, Madam Speaker, provides more than $2 billion, Madam Speaker, to support people's access to the full range of health services, including primary and acute care, long-term care, assisted living, home care, and mental health, and recruitment and retention of nurses, doctors, and other healthcare professionals. This budget, Madam Speaker, makes historic capital investment of $13 billion over the next 3 years. That will support the construction of, Madam Speaker, long-term care, acute care, and cancer care facility. And yes, Madam Speaker, we are building a state-of-the-art new second hospital in Surrey. We are building a state-of-the-art new second hospital in Surrey. The new hospital, Madam Speaker, and BC Cancer Center in Surrey will provide care closer to home for hundreds of thousands of people. It will also, Madam Speaker, be one of the first hospitals in Canada to achieve zero on-site carbon emissions. Zero on-site carbon emissions. The province has committed, Madam Speaker, more than $2.8 billion to this project, expected to be completed in 2027. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, people of Surrey will never forget. People of Surrey will never forget, Madam Speaker, that the previous administration sold the land for the second new hospital in Surrey. People will always remember that, Madam Speaker, because we could have built this hospital a long time ago. Yep. Schools had historic enrollment, Madam Speaker, growth in 2023 with 13,000 more students. Budget 2024 invests $968 million for more staff in the classrooms and to support this growth. Through this funding, Madam Speaker, students will also be better supported with $255 million for the Classroom Enhancement Fund to hire more teachers, including special education teachers, psychologists, and counselors. A record $4.2 billion is dedicated to build, renovate, and seismically upgrade schools and playgrounds over the next 3 years as part of the provincial capital plan. And let me put on the record, Madam Speaker, since 2017, we in Surrey, Madam Speaker, have approved approximately $750 million for capital projects in the city of Surrey to build schools, to create more than 12,400 new spaces, student spaces, Madam Speaker, that is equivalent to about 500 classrooms and about 17 new elementary schools, Madam Speaker. And this is more than double. This is more than double, Madam Speaker, what was provided in the 15 years prior to our government coming into power by the previous administration, and that was $375 million only. And they also built only one school during their last term. And that is also a record, Madam Speaker. The province is also providing, investing, Madam Speaker, more than $15.5 billion from the capital plan over the next 3 years to deliver the transit and transportation infrastructure to keep people and goods moving at this point in time. The priority project, Madam Speaker, includes Highway 1 project through the Fraser Valley and from Kamloops to the Alberta border, major infrastructure projects like the Fraser River Tunnel project, the Portola Bridge, Madam Speaker, the transit projects like this Broadway Subway and the Surrey-Langley Sky Train. The good news, Madam Speaker, for the people of the Surrey is that the advance work is underway on the Surrey-Langley Sky Train project, and that will reduce vehicle traffic and spur development along the corridor. The province, Madam Speaker, has committed almost $2.5 billion of the $4 billion project that is expected to be completed in 2028. I support this budget, Madam Speaker, because we are taking actions by making historic investment to sustain and expand provincial infrastructure. Taxpayer-supported capital spending over the fiscal plan is forecast at nearly $43.3 billion, Madam Speaker, to sustain and expand provincial infrastructure, such as schools, post-secondary facilities, housing, healthcare facilities, and transportation projects, including highway improvements, landslide cleanup and prevention, and bridge repairs. Through the province's capital plan, Madam Speaker, these projects will create 185,000 new jobs, Madam Speaker, directly or indirectly during the next 3 years. During the next 3 years, 185,000 jobs. Now, 7 minutes left, Madam Speaker. Lastly, I'm always very excited to speak about Surrey. Now, I want to speak about Surrey, Madam Speaker, because A, I've been elected from the city of Surrey for 5 times. I want to say thanks to the people of Surrey for giving me the opportunity for that. But I also hear members from the other side talk a lot about Surrey since they became the new opposition. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, what they did in 16 years, and compare that what we have been able to do during the last short 7 years. Madam Speaker, they refused to replace the old, unsafe Portola Bridge. It's a record. They were there 16 years. But we are building a new Portola Bridge as we speak, Madam Speaker. They refused to build the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain, Madam Speaker, and we are building the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain as we speak, Madam Speaker. They rejected, Madam Speaker, they rejected the proposal of building a new medical school in Surrey. Building a new medical school in Surrey that proposal was rejected by them, but we are building the new medical school in Surrey as we speak. This is the most painful thing, the next one. They sold, Madam Speaker, the land purchased for the new second hospital in Surrey. We are building a new state-of-the-art second hospital in Surrey, Madam Speaker. So the record is very clear, Madam Speaker, that what we have done and what they have done in 16 years. And keeping in mind the time, Madam Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying I fully support this budget because this budget takes actions to support the people of British Columbia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Kelowna West.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Well, it's an honor, as always, to rise in this House and just talk about what the future looks like. And it's always interesting. I know that the two former finance ministers were having a little kibitz here after the member from Abbotsford West remarks and talking about what it's like to look in that crystal ball. And that is kind of, the tough thing that I think that, everybody faces, whether they're the finance minister, or whether they're a member of the executive council, or whether they're in opposition looking at things. And I can't help but think about, the recent passing of the former prime minister and looking at some of the challenges that were put in front of him and his cabinet of the day. And I have to say that when I first started working, I certainly was making a small wage. I worked when I was in my teens, probably for about $1 an hour, which didn't seem like was unfair at the time. And later on, I got my first job after graduating, and it was a mere $500 a month. However, there was a little caveat when I got hired, and they said, well, by the way, you know that there's wage and price controls that the federal government has imposed on all employers. And the maximum increase that you can expect in the next 12 months is 10%. And I thought, 10%? Okay, well, that sounds like a fairly reasonable number. Anyways, there was pressures. There was a lot of financial pressures. Interest rates at the time were hovering around 10.25 for first mortgage. Second mortgages were probably in and around 11.5. And I did happen to work for a company that lent money at much higher rates than that. And, went ahead and, we had to make certain that people qualified and we had all the right ratios and things like that. But inflation was a real threat, and it didn't end there. Inflation continued on until I had left the banking industry, and of course the mortgages that we were lending prior to me leaving in 1979 were, at a reasonable rate. But of course it wasn't too long after that where first mortgage rates went up to over 22%. And that's when the most, the former prime minister ended up coming in. Now you think about that, how formidable that is. I mean, I know friends at the time that not only had good paying jobs, professionals, school teachers and people like that, that had bought in a reasonable era of where mortgage money was, 10 or 11%, and all of a sudden their mortgages were at 18 or 19%, and they couldn't afford it. And how quickly that happened. What happened? What is it that what got out of line? And that crystal ball that I'm sure that the people back in the 70s had was completely, kind of blown up. And of course it led to, not the rule book, which was the wage and price control model where everything had rules and we had, telling employers what would work and whatever. It was about the solution was about getting the economy working again. How do we do that? Some of the things that were brought in, I think it was about 1986 when the GST came in. I know a lot of people were confused by it, didn't know what it was. And having lived the dream on this side of the house, trying to bring in, in 2009-10, the harmonized sales tax, a lot of people didn't understand. And I wouldn't say that we got it right, and I'd say that based on, knowing a few finance ministers since I've been in this House, and mind you, this will probably be my last speech on the budget as well, unless they want us to do it a second time. But I have to say that, it's one of those things that it was really good economic policy to have a value-added tax to things. Look at the cost of building today a home where the provincial sales tax is put onto every single item that is built into that, whether it's the materials and some of the labor and everything else. There is no way of passing that on so that the end user is the one that finally pays, so that the bill helps to keep the costs lower. And I think that that's one of the things that the GST did bring us federally. I can remember in starting the business that I started, trying to understand the manufacturer's sales tax. What a complicated tax system. And it was based on certain factors of what were inputs, and we would prepay this to the federal government. And thank goodness we were able to, get rid of that and make it into a simpler method of collecting tax, so that it was one tax, we understood what it was, and it was rated on a volume basis so that it was simple all the way across the board. And I think that this is where, there's there's lots of great intentions in this, in this budget document. There's lots of great, language and things about what we're going to do. But I think when it comes to that, it's a case of what really we're looking at is what are the results like? How are we doing in terms of affordability? Where did those inflationary pressures that government is facing? We hear about the fact that, I think government thinks that it's not a party to this. However, government makes rules that increase the cost of doing business. Some of that includes just in terms of operating, as we've seen with employers, although there's been a change, which I would say is a welcome change, to raising the threshold from $500,000 to $1 million. However, there is a caveat on that there is a doubling on that 1 to 1.5 million employer health tax. Those are all costs that have to be passed on. I can tell you that we never used to have labor shortages here. We welcomed people that were semi-retired or whatever that wanted to work on our farms. And of course, that's diminished over time as population has gone down, and we've had to bring in people. We've had to supply housing. We've made a point of accommodating about 36 people in the province. But some of the things that you may not realize that besides the fact that not only when we make the decision to bring those people into the province of British Columbia, we have to make certain that their health care is covered. We also have to make certain that their transportation is covered, their housing's covered. There is a small amount that is able to be charged back for the accommodation, but I can tell you based on what we all know, the cost of housing is not any less for the people that we house. We've bought houses, we've renovated, we've put in trailers and things like that. It's a complicated thing for employers that aren't in the business of building housing to not only build and maintain, but to make certain of that. So there is not the perceived savings by having foreign workers that basically arrive here, and all of the costs that we would pay a British Columbian or Canadian to do the job are then on top of, with the added cost of the external health care, let alone the fact that we pay employer health tax on those same individuals. So they actually are a more expensive option, and we would welcome the idea that we had more people in British Columbia that were able to take on those jobs. And we do continue to need that, and we actually are actively working with the college, UBC Okanagan, in terms of developing people that have the skill sets that not only can look at the way that we're doing things, but think about the future in how we may be able to bring some level of automation. I think that in farming it's fairly labor intensive. But we do look for those savings because we are in a competitive world. I think that, when I think about those interest rates that I was talking about, 1981 interest rates in Canada were over 22%. 22%. Just, I don't know how many people here can imagine that. I was relatively young. I know I think it was 1989, and I got a mortgage, and it was at 12.75%. I thought, oh my goodness, I had to start my business. I had, started that. And today we're looking at a mortgage rate of around 7%. And a lot of people are in a situation where they can't seem to afford what it is that we're, providing them. The houses, whether they're starting a business, etc. The risks get much greater as rates go up. And I think that that's an important part of when I, kind of look at the cost of government. What's happening in this budget? We've got, I can remember getting elected in 2009, and it was right after the 2008 financial crisis. I don't know how many people here were really impacted by that, but I can certainly remember coming into government. We're getting ready to host the world at the Olympics. We've got a small surplus in 09-10. I think it was about $70 million, but then the next forecast was like $2 billion in deficit. And I just knew what that debt was likely to bring. And it certainly wasn't at today's interest rates. It was at higher rates than what we're experiencing today. So here we are, we're looking at this current budget, which on top of the spending that's been going on, it's forecast to have an almost $8 billion deficit just for the 1 year alone. And I guess I wonder what's brought us to that point and how we can think of that as being a sound way to manage our economy when we're trying to grow an economy. We need to grow it, and if we grow the economy, we get the taxes that are there. I was just interested yesterday, the Premier from Alberta and her finance minister were talking about their budget. I was a bit surprised by how much $1 of increase in gasoline, the revenues that flow to Alberta. It seems like such a small amount, but $1 per barrel, I think, is the number that they were talking about. But at the end of the day, when I was working in Alberta in the 70s, there was the Heritage Trust Fund, and it was unprecedented in the terms of what they were doing. The rainy day fund that the member from Abbotsford West was talking about, and it's enviable. We look at places in Scandinavia. I think it might be Norway that has a large sovereign wealth fund. We have some in the Middle East. Not saying that it's only countries that have oil, and I know that we need to pivot and change and move away from the things that oil is causing the environment and things like that. I myself, as a farmer, know that probably better than most. But I do think that the products, the things that we have here in British Columbia, the fact that we can, we have forest products which are something that we can count on to regrow, provided that they're replanted and managed and all of those things. I had a chance to look at some numbers just in the last couple of days about the decline in terms of forest products, and I'm a little bit surprised by that. Exports, and I know the member from who spoke just prior to me, the Minister of State for Trade, was talking about exports are up 30%, he said, since 2017. Well, it's looking from some of the information I've been given that exports were down in 2023 by 13.3%, 17.6% decline in exports to the U.S., 34% in natural gas exports, and 39.9% in softwood lumber. I spent a good portion of the time that I was serving in Asia to make certain that we were a trading province. That's how our economy is built. We are a resource-based economy, and it's not necessarily, we don't have to be ashamed of it. We should be proud of the fact that we have some of the, and maybe the highest environmental standards in the world when it comes to processing, whether it's in the mining sector, the forestry sector. But the only reason that we would be having these declines is the fact that we're starting to lose our competitive edge. And we can't afford that. We have all of these communities that are reliant on the fact that we do value-added lumber. And I know even today, there's meetings taking place between the forest producers that are basically being asked to reallocate some of their allocation of forest or fiber to value-added producers. And I realize that that's tough for them. They're all looking for that. I think that as a province, the province has a responsibility to make certain that the fiber supply is growing, not declining, not in diminishment. We have things like mountain pine beetle and other things that have come along, forest fires from last year. We cannot afford that. That's not a sustainable economy for British Columbia. As much as we're spending all this money on forest firefighting, we need to be putting those resources back into making certain that not only the obligation of replanting where something's cut, but we've got to make certain where things have been burnt. And our community that I live in and represent, Kelowna West, just had the single most expensive wildfire in Canadian history. It's unbelievable. How did that happen? What is it that we didn't do? And I know that there's a task force that's been assigned by the Premier, but the situation is our natural resources certainly come from a renewable one like fiber, which is a great resource, carbon sequestering, all of those type of things. We certainly have a large amount of agriculture, which doesn't benefit from wildfires, but I can tell you that it certainly is something that we've grown to be extremely proud of. And I know, having been the Minister of Agriculture, I've watched it mature, and I can't help but I'm so surprised when I see British Columbia product in California and places like that. And it just goes to show that companies like Windset and other ones that are in the Lower Mainland are really focused in on how to be competitive and do the things. And they're for the most part, they would be carbon neutral if you look at the absorption of CO2 from the products that they're producing. But I do think about the economy in general when it comes to what we have to attend to, is we've got to make certain that we're making these things happen. When I talk about putting the rule book away, I think about what it is. What does it take to build something? Why are the costs skyrocketing for housing? Is it just land? Is it municipal regulations? Is it provincial regulations or obligations that we're putting on? What can we do to make it so that it's simple and get projects? I think one of the things that I think is consistent in the last number of years is there's been a lot of announcements about projects. Take the Patalo Bridge. It's under construction right now. I don't know the completion date. I see it's in the budget here. And I'd like to think that because when it was started, and I realize it could be complicated by all sorts of factors and stuff like that, but I think that time is money. And when you have a project like that, what we really need to strive for is making certain that these projects have timelines. And I realize that that's not always possible. We've had interruptions from COVID and other things like that. But the real costs of doing business, etc., are a lot of times by, I wouldn't say being complicit, but not establishing clear, thoughtful timelines as to how it's going to be. The obligation shouldn't be on government. Why should government be the responsible one building? It's fine for the taxpayers to pay for some of these things, whether it's the Patalo, the Dees Island replacement, highways project, the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain. But we're not in the construction business, nor should we be doing that. We have people and companies that have built all sorts of things. Look at the Port Mann replacement. That was a huge project, and it was expensive, over $2 billion, and the situation is that it was not uncomplicated. But I can assure the members of British Columbia that the fact is that that was a thoughtful project that was on a list of things that we needed to do. But what about the rest of the things? The rest of the projects out past, whatever the street number is, but out towards Langley. I mean, I regretfully don't drive down here very often anymore, because once I get to About Hope, or outside of Chilliwack, I'm usually in gridlock, and I think that the people that live there, have businesses there, have been encouraged to invest there and set up, whether it's agriculture. I know Molson's built that huge brewing plant in Chilliwack, but all the things that are there, there's a massive amount of product that's there that needs transportation. And I think that, these projects need timelines. And I know that even when I was in, the government side, we kept talking about, the Kamloops to the Alberta border, 4-laning. And I still see it's on the list of things to do. And I do want to see it done. And I realize that it's probably got to be amortized over many decades to deal with the projects. I'll look forward to when the kicking horse is finally done. And that's probably a project that we should all drive out there and make certain that we're there for. But I do think that timeliness of projects, we talk about the hospitals and stuff like that, getting projects. Now, I happen to be around, and as a matter of fact, I was the minister that sold that piece of property in Surrey. Why did we sell it? It was deemed that it was not the right location for the hospital, and it was then deemed to be surplus. It was in Surrey, don't get me wrong, and I know from where the existing Surrey, and Surrey's a huge community, I mean, it's massive. But finding the right location, making certain that Surrey Memorial gets all the services that it needs to have to make certain that it is a state-of-the-art hospital like VGH or St. Paul's. It needs that. It's growing. It's going to be the largest community in British Columbia in a very short timeline. But I do think that we've got to make certain that we've got, these hospitals up and running, functioning with the different services and having, I know that there's lots of pressures. We hear it from, from the Minister of Health. We hear from the former member member that was the Minister of Health and Finance Minister about the incremental lifts in the budget in healthcare. And they were not insignificant. We're not talking tens of millions or hundreds of millions. They were billions of dollars year after year. I think his number was, when he started in 2001, the budget was around $10 billion. Well, that was after 10 years of the government that's in place today, having the reins or whatever. And, I honestly don't recollect that there was the issues with healthcare in 2001 as they are today, about the staff and all the things that we're looking at. And I know it's costly, but we're talking about a budget that is up almost 50% from where it was 7 years ago, or, it's 40%, let's say. It's still a staggering amount of money. What the public's expecting is they're expecting results in a timely manner. Whether it's cancer care, what do we have to do? But we've got to put a timeline and frame in the fact that we cannot be sitting around and talking about this with just press releases and communications that we're going to do better and stuff like that. We actually have to deliver on those results. That's what the taxpayers are expecting. They expect us to be able to, make that happen and in a timely manner. If we take on too many things, we can't manage it. So what are our priorities? And I realize that we've got lots of pressures in other areas. I can't help but think about the issues around public safety, the mental health issues and stuff like that. We got big things to deal with on that. We talk about a facility that's on the Riverview lands, etc., but it's a small part of the solution. The solution is going to have to be much larger than that, based on the amount of people that are facing that. And it was governments from 40 years ago that closed the doors on Riverview. And it was, I think that everybody that would have made that decision, probably even Bill Vander Zalm, who I think might have been the premier at the time, was it a good decision? I don't think so. I think the idea that they didn't build a solution for how to deal with those people. It's fine to have a stigmatism towards kind of, well, you shouldn't be treating people that way, but some people need treatment that is, different. And now what we're doing is they're occupying whole floors. I know in Kelowna General Hospital, we've got a whole floor occupied by people that are struggling with those things, and that's not where they should be. I think that the people that know how to deliver those results know that they need a proper treatment facility that's, benevolent, kind, has the right services. and not to be scrutinized from the standpoint that, you know, people are being kept, they're really being kept from harming themselves or other people. And I think that's the way we need to look at it. It's not a detention. It's not meant to be a prison. But anyways, so I do think that there's a lot of things that you know, the aspirations in this budget document are aspirational. Will they be delivered? Based on what I've just kind of talked to you about, I don't think that the aspirations are going to be achieved. I mean, and I think that it's important that delivery is equally as important. And in order to get inflation under control, government has to stop adding to that. And I think that where that is that we just had Bill 2 brought in. It's going to make it's automatically going to make the cost of living be built into minimum wage. I'm not certain that's a very good idea long term. What happens when inflation actually is beaten or it becomes deflation? What happens then? Do we have a negative? That would be considered to be unconscionable, wouldn't it? We're going to cut your wages back because we're in a deflationary. Who says it can't happen? It can happen. It has happened before. And the reality is, economists will tell you that. I think that the thing about it is, as much as it's a pain to have to go back and adjust and look at these things or whatever, having it so that it's compounding, employer health tax, those other taxes that we've got 32, you know, new and increased taxes. And I still think that, you know, some of these things are driving up that inflationary pressures that we're all talking about. I mentioned employer health tax. But what about the, you know, the other things like just on home buildings? I talked about the PSD. Wouldn't it make a lot of sense to have something like a value added? I know that you probably won't go there, but a value added tax, or eliminate the PST on new builds so that we can get product into the marketplace. I realize we've got to have enough staff to build and, you know, the tradespeople and stuff like that. But it seems to me, even if we did relief for a period of time, and it's going to cost government something, but we're going to get the houses that we're talking about. We keep talking about the deficiency in accommodation. We need to do something different. It has to be bold. It has to, you know, open it up. So we know that that's one of the pressures in terms of housing. If there's a fear that it's going to be taken advantage of by the development community, well, you know, there has to be a way to making certain that we can drive the costs down. Elimination of red tape, timeliness of approvals, and that's both federal or provincial and municipal. What does it take to rezone? Now, the government's already taken bold steps in terms of what what the housing minister introduced in the fall session about being able to upzone property and stuff like that. Maybe maybe what we need in terms of, and what's not in here, is the support for the extra people that municipalities need to deal with, being able to accommodate that. How do they bring that through the planning department? How do they make it so that it makes sense? And the engineers that have to look at the infrastructure or whatever. There needs to be some support for the municipalities to being able to fast track that, to get the result that the government's looking for. I think that, you know, when it comes to, you know, other costs in here that we could consider taking out, maybe DCCs, community amending contributions. Even in Vancouver here, property tax, which I realize we took off the health tax off local municipal taxes here back when former premier was in government. It was eliminated, and in favor there was a TransLink tax that was put in to offset hospitals, but in our part of the world, in British Columbia, we pay 40% of all hospital projects and costs. That's part of the deal that's outside of the lower mainland Fraser Valley. I think that, you know, there's a lot of ways that things could be done to incentivize to get the results we want. We want to make certain that housing's more affordable. We want to make certain that municipalities are able to be supported to deal with the issues on public safety. On the health side, I've mentioned the fact that we need to get some of the people that need different treatment into properly built and appropriate locations. So I know that one of the words of caution that I know the member from Abbotsford West talked about, where's the rainy day fund? You know, when things were good, did we put any money away? Have we got those resources so that, barring another outbreak of something like COVID, we want to have some resources so that we can draw on that. I know the numbers that were cited by the, the Minister of State for Trade was talking about the low unemployment. But, you know, that can change quickly, all of a sudden, and it already is changing because of the fact that it's not that easy to actually, you know, afford to be in the marketplace here. So I hope that the government will consider taking some steps to help implement the idea of actually getting to the result that I think everybody really wants, both sides of this House, but we need results. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the enthusiasm of my colleagues. I'm sure the enthusiasm is directed not at myself, but at the budget that I'm going to speak of with the same enthusiasm that they have just indicated they share. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking from the perspective of a member of one of our southern Vancouver Island ridings, Oak Bay Gordon Head, and I have the pleasure of representing the municipality of Oak Bay, but also a slice of Victoria and a little bit of Saanich, namely the Gordon Head district. So I'm going to bring that perspective to my remarks today. This is a budget for challenging times, no question about it. I think my colleagues across the way have made that clear, and I just want to say at the outset, salute my colleague from Kelowna West. Thank him for his service in this place, and thank him for pointing out something with which I'm 100% in agreement, namely, this cannot be simply aspirational. It has to be about implementation. It has to be about results, and I agree. But like any budget, it's a prediction of what we hope will occur based on past performance. And I think there's some things here that I would like to stress. I want to, if I may, just provide an outline of what I would like to do, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to draw upon some of the things going on, exciting things going on in our Oak Bay Gordon Head riding. I'd like to talk at sort of a provincial-wide level about some of the issues of affordability, housing, health, and environment, focus on those. But since I'm also the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, I would like to talk about some of the things that I think this budget would do to make things better for Indigenous people and to stimulate the reconciliation that British Columbians are seeking. I, like many of my colleagues across the way, aren't in love with deficits or debt. In fact, our government, since 2017, brought in 4 of 6 budgets that were balanced. COVID came along, and it's undone a lot of things. 2020 was a very disturbing time in the lives of many people. And the result of that uncertainty is the need to take some strong action going forward. Everything from housing to mental health to the drug addiction crisis that has been augmented after the pandemic. All of these things require a different approach, and it's not like we want to create a deficit or a debt. It's because we think it's the prudent thing to do. I represent many seniors, not one of whom has said to me, you know, I think you should not spend money on seniors' care or education or housing. I talk to students who say, this is tough times for us. We need you to take some dramatic action to get back on track, hopefully so that we can get to a place, as we've been through the majority of the budgets in this NDP administration, to a place where it's balanced and the debt is not increased. But we don't live in easy times, we live in difficult times. The member for Abbotsford West pointed that out. He talked about, almost in Keynesian terms, the need when times are tough to spend, but when times are good not to spend. I'm caricaturing that, but that's Keynesian economics 101. I agree with him. He's entirely right. And I thank him for his service. As he's indicated, he's no longer going to be serving here in the future, and I appreciate all he's done. But I just want to say that I think is exactly the reason why we can't always have balanced budgets, and we need to think about our children, our seniors, all of our community when times are as challenging as they are right now. So we're not going to make deep cuts to services. My friends would have us believe, I remember for Abbotsford West with his description of the increases in the balance of the budget for the Ministry of Health, that somehow they were not immune from cuts, as somehow cuts didn't occur when they were in government. Well, I'm sure you would agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that that's not the case. Bill 29 represented an enormous cut to our health services. And so many other things were cut during the time when they were in office, and school budgets, hospital budgets. I know that past performance is no guarantee of future results. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. I think that's what they say. And so I'm not here to project that they would do that again if ever they had the opportunity to serve on this side of the House. But not only were there cuts made, but I don't think my friends across the way would disagree that they hiked MSP rates and ICBC rates. I think that's common between us. Maybe I'm wrong. But because people are struggling with high interest rates and inflation, we need to take some dramatic actions. And as I say, people in my riding, I think they're sensible people, realize that this is not the time to make those cuts that people depend on. We don't want to cancel our school breakfast programs. We don't want to make cuts to hospitals, schools, or seniors' care, because people depend on that in these difficult times. And we're not ashamed of taking decisions that would stand by those people. We have their backs during this difficult time, and that is why we're doing what we are doing. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I was very proud. My colleague, the Minister of Labour, who is here in the House with us today, did something that I frankly think was something that we should have done a long time ago, namely, tie the rate of minimum wage increase to the level of inflation. So no one has to stand around and say, oh, you shouldn't have raised the minimum wage to this or that. It's going to be locked in to inflation. And I think that's a very prudent thing, for which I congratulate the member. We would go on June 1st to $17.40 an hour, which would represent a 3.9% increase in the minimum wage, which is exactly what the BC average rate of inflation has been. And so I commend my colleague for bringing forth a very sensible reform, a reform that I think will help so many people at the lower socioeconomic status in our communities. That's something that we can be proud of. And I think we have so many things that need to be done in terms of capital expenditures. For example, there's a record $43 billion in capital expenditures in this budget. Sounds like a lot of money, but building schools and roads and hospitals and bridges and infrastructure is expensive in these difficult times. Can we afford it? Mr. Speaker, our economy is one of the most diverse economies in North America. We are not dependent on one industry. It's true that our debt to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the country. We are third in the country. I think it's Saskatchewan and Alberta, which with record prices in oil and gas shouldn't surprise us that they would have an easier time given commodity prices now going in the opposite direction. But we are third, and we should be very proud of that. We have a very low unemployment rate. But the most important strength, and it's almost a cliche to say it, but I'll say it anyway, is our people. We have a very educated workforce. The new economy is going to be about post-secondary education. That's why we're spending so much on that. The high-tech jobs. In my community, I frankly didn't believe this when I was elected as Member of Parliament, so I did a study on it and tried to get to the bottom of it. I thought in our community the biggest employer would be the government, or maybe the University of Victoria, which is in my riding. You know what it is, Mr. Speaker? It's high-tech. It's startups. It's young people with entrepreneurial zeal going out and starting businesses that often have gone to global proportions. I'm very, very proud of the fact that the incubator economy that exists in Victoria, up in Saanich and northern Saanich, but right in Oak Bay, Gordon Head. That's where the employment is, and we're creating the skills, we're ensuring that we have skilled workers to take us to a better place, and we're spending with no apologies at the University of Victoria. So let me give you just one example of what I'm talking about. Didn't make the budget as a talking point, but I can tell you that we have an expansion of the engineering and computer science building for 500 new students. Again, all high-tech workers of the future. We're putting $96.5 million of the $150 million into that expansion, because that, Mr. Speaker, is our future. We've also done some other things I'll come to at the University of Victoria that I think deserve attention as well. You know, Mr. Speaker, British Columbia is attracting more people. It's true, our colleagues across the way pointed out that there's been a couple thousand, maybe a few thousand less people coming from other parts of the province in the last couple of years, which is a little different. But 100,000 people have moved to British Columbia in the last year. And as Premier Horgan used to frequently say, they didn't bring a doctor and they didn't bring a house. And we're having to accommodate for that growth in our communities. We see it everywhere. And bold action is required, and bold action is being taken. I'm very proud of the fact that, unlike south of the border, we have an openness. We welcome immigrants from all over the world to our shores because they bring strength, they bring diversity, they bring enthusiasm, and I'm so proud that we continue as a country to welcome them. We have to, immigration is a federal matter. We have to, I think, have greater control over how we deal with the implications of them choosing British Columbia as a great place to live. I'm thinking of things like housing and the like. But that fundamental point about the increase in population has to be taken into account. A lot of what's driving this is demographics, and people are getting their hands around that now in a way that we all should be talking about. But the metrics are strong. The metrics are strong. Third lowest GDP in the country. One of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. 5.4%, below the national average. We've gained over 70,000 jobs since this time last year, including some of the strongest private sector and self-employment growth in the country. Housing starts were at a record high, record number of rental homes last year, which is a leading indicator of that activity. I mentioned our hourly wages, the highest average hourly wages in the country. And from 2017 to 2023, our exports increased by 30%, putting us in a strong place to weather today's slower global economy. These are things British Columbians should be proud of. They're indicative of what I said earlier, the diversity of our economy. But something else. From 2017 to 2023, women's employment grew by over 100,000 as well. I think these are extraordinarily important things to focus on. I'm very proud of those as well. It's an expensive time to live. We were criticized when the Premier wrote to the Bank of Canada governor and talked about interest rates, even though that organization had been seeking input on that very topic. And it's not our responsibility, I acknowledge. That's the rate of the interest rates are set by the Bank of Canada rate, which is beyond British Columbia's control. I agree with that as well. But nevertheless, that's hugely important to housing starts and to the economy. My friend from Kelowna West pointed that out very forcefully. So we've got to do something about affordability. And we've done a suite of things just in terms of context, Mr. Speaker, over the years. People know that when our government was formed in 2017, the average cost of childcare was $53. Today, it's $18. We've helped renters with a $400 a year renter tax credit, free transit for kids under 12. We've slashed ICBC rates by an average of $500 per driver. We've ended MSP payments for premiums, the largest middle-class tax cut in a generation. We've eliminated bridge tolls on the Golden Ears and Port Mann and made prescription birth control free. These are things that make a difference in real people's lives. There's much more to do. I remember very vividly when the Premier was sworn in as leader in Musqueam territory. The first thing he did was announce a $100 affordability credit for BC Hydro electricity, and then a new credit will start in April as well, another $100. Incremental payments to assist with affordability in things we can control. We cannot control interest rates, much as we would like, but we can control things that are within our provincial jurisdiction. So expanding the BC family benefit by adding a one-year bonus that'll support 70% of families in BC. That means 340,000 will receive that benefit, 66,000 more families than last year in that case. And we have a number of things that I'm proud of in terms of carbon tax. The rebates on carbon tax will cover most people. Family of four received $890 last year. This year they'll get $1,005 in the Climate Action Tax Credit. Most people in my riding want action on climate change. Most people in my riding are very afraid of the implications of global climate change, and they think we should be doing our part, and we are going to continue to do that part. Things like the Clean BC plan, our expansion of electrical power across the province, and our commitment to the carbon tax, despite opposition moving away from something they were instrumental in creating and for which they deserve praise. Now appears to be taking a different direction. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to do things to promote a switch to a cleaner energy, with heat pumps rebates and electric vehicle charging station infrastructure being expanded to the tune of $30 million. You know, we have the highest zero-emission vehicles per capita in Canada, highest, and in my riding, I'm not sure I can swear this an affidavit to this effect, but I have read in the press that we have the highest per capita zero-emission vehicles, electric vehicles in all of Canada, certainly all of BC and all of Canada. So I mean, that gives you some idea of the kind of riding that I represent and why I think our staying the course on the Clean BC plan and carbon tax and the other things, so long as people are not left behind, hence the rebate of which I've spoken and how much that means to real people on the ground. Mr. Speaker, noting there, I have a few things I wanted to make sure I talked about in the housing context, because I mentioned the University of Victoria, and I'll mention it again because I'm very proud of this. The facts are that just in the last while, two new student housing buildings representing the largest capital project in the history of University of Victoria have been created. I visited them. They are extraordinarily beautiful, LEED certified and the like. They represent 621 new beds plus 162 replacement beds. That's great for the students there, but it's also great for the rest of our community where people are struggling to find rental accommodation. Because if we can find housing at the University of Victoria, then we might be able to free up space in the communities around us, in Fernwood, in Oaklands, and in Oak Bay. And that's what's going on. But 100,000 people moved to British Columbia. People love Victoria. It's rated by Globe and Mail research as one of the best, the best place to live, the most livable community in Canada. And so no wonder people are attracted to coming here, and no wonder there's a housing crisis, and no wonder this government is taking dramatic action to address it. But it starts right in my riding with those 783 beds at the University of Victoria, which I think is really significant. The other thing that we've done, of course, is we've worked on BC Builds with $198 million of new funding. And one of the key things of that is using government-owned public and underused land and lower government borrowing costs so we can offer low-cost financing to bring down the construction costs. What does that mean? It means that maybe even transit-oriented development would occur at the university. The university is anxious for that because we've got a very large housing bus hub there, and perhaps that's something that they would get behind. They've talked to me about it, and their enthusiasm for being part of the solution is something I really, really appreciate. But talking of capital construction projects, I should say, Mr. Speaker, that something else that's gone on at the university is worthy of our attention. We've created the National Center for Indigenous Laws, adjacent to the Faculty of Law, where I taught for 13 years. And an additional 100 students from all over the country will come to get Canada's first Indigenous law degree available. Our government is contributing $13 million of the $40.6 million of that project. This is an enormous achievement. This is the first such institution in the history of Canada. And I think this is going on right at the University of Victoria. I'm very proud of the work that they're doing and our government contributing through capital expenditure to that important initiative. But BC Builds is an example of where we use government land. And everybody I talk to sees the common sense of that. Land is one of the key components, of course, of building anything, the cost of land, the scarcity of land. And they say they're not making any more of it, Mr. Speaker. Well, imagine if that Crown land or government-owned land or municipal-owned land could somehow be made available for construction. It's really a no-brainer, and we're taking that on in spades with BC Builds right now. And I'm very, very proud of that. The other thing I wanted to just mention is the initiatives on health that are being taken in this budget. There's a total of $8 billion over 3 years to strengthen our health care, and capital investments of $13 billion over the next 3 years to support the construction of long-term care, acute care, and cancer care facilities. Every senior in my riding, and we have a number in Oak Bay for sure, who are concerned about this, are supportive of Better at Home, the program that allows for community-based services to support them doing day-to-day tasks so they can age in place, not have to go to a home. No one wants to go to them if they can get some assistance during their daily activities, and being provided by professionals, nurses, occupational therapists, and the like. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of the fact that $227 million has been put into this budget precisely for those purposes, and another $127 million for community-based services such as the Better at Home programs. So I think that is something we should really celebrate. I had an opportunity to visit Luther Court, which is at the corner of Cedar Hill and Cedar Hill Crossroad. It is a community health center. It also is a long-term care and assisted living facility. I confess I'd never been there. I'm kind of embarrassed to say I just never had the opportunity. I was absolutely amazed at the people who were there, the doctors who were providing services in the community, the integration of those services. And they have a proposal to expand those services that is before government now. It is an amazing facility, and I salute them all for that. And it is making a huge difference. Because, Mr. Speaker, many of the doctors in my community are of a certain age, my age, and they're retiring, and we want to replace them. And I know you've heard from our health minister how the changes in the way in which we remunerate doctors is making such a difference in drawing so many people back into the profession. And I think that's going to make a difference in Oak Bay as well. But it has been a challenge, and I salute Luther Court for being there and making a difference on that. I mentioned Clean BC and the like, and I've mentioned the carbon tax. I'm not going to say much more about that just because of time, but what I would like to focus on is the final part of what I said I would discuss, and namely the implications of this budget for Indigenous people. Our government has continues to work really hard on a new fiscal framework to recognize the reality that Indigenous governments need steady, dependable funding, no less than other governments do. And that is the purpose of this. You know, we've doubled, in some cases more than that, the forest revenue sharing component. Many of First Nations are engaged in the forest economy, and that has made an enormous difference. But the extent to which we can create a new fiscal framework has been really one of the preoccupations of my ministry over the last year. I believe putting them on a solid footing is something that will help everyone in these difficult times. We've provided over $250 million for gaming revenue sharing, 7% of net gaming revenue, which every one of our 202 First Nations has taken advantage of. And in the last year, we created something called the Declaration Act Engagement Fund, $200 million to allow First Nations to have the capacity to engage in some of the things contemplated in that ambitious action plan under the Declaration Act, for which I'm responsible and for which I'm very proud. A plan that's co-developed with First Nations. And this is some funding so they have the ability to engage in a very meaningful way. But this budget, Mr. Speaker, adds a new wrinkle entirely. It's something that I believe the opposition has properly been calling for. It's something I learned about from the province of Alberta, and then Saskatchewan, and now Ontario. And it seems to be something that across the province is catching on, and it's indeed what one hopes the federal budget coming out next month will also address, namely equity financing. And so what this budget has done is support the First Nations and the BC business sector through partnerships and in the development of a provincial First Nations equity financing framework. Initially, an inaugural balance of $10 million would be put into that, but eventually over time, we expect, and First Nations expect, that if government can provide loan guarantees for development, that will lift everyone up. And again, I know the federal government is contemplating this. Other provinces have done, and British Columbia has stepped up to the plate with that additional assistance as well in this budget. I would be remiss if I didn't also mention the fact that there is something in the northwest of this province, which has a large Indigenous population, as you know, Mr. Speaker, $250 million over 5 years, as called upon by the Northwest Benefits Alliance. And that, of course, will help not only the infrastructure development in the non-Indigenous communities, Terrace, Smithers, and Prince Rupert, Haida Gwaii, and those communities, but also the Indigenous communities, where a large part of the percentage of the population there, of course, are Indigenous. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say in conclusion, it's been a real honor to address this budget. I think it's something that the people of Oak Bay Gordon Head have largely been supportive of in the communications that I have had with them. There's a recognition that this is the time to take bold steps in order to ensure that we are creating the conditions for the next generation to thrive and to look after those that are less fortunate on the economic spectrum and seniors and the like who need help now during this difficult period. I thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Skeena.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to get up for what will be my last budget speech in the Legislature. It's been an interesting 7 years, but it's an amazing time to be here, especially given where I come from. I come from Kitimat Village, small reserve on the west coast of British Columbia where I still live today. And really, if you look at my life and you look at the decisions that I made over my lifetime, I really shouldn't be here. I should be in prison, or I should be on the streets of Vancouver, Prince George, or Terrace, or maybe even deceased, just based on my lifestyle. And this goes for a lot of First Nations all across BC or Canada. It's well known that it's been called Canada's shame in terms of where First Nations find themselves on the economic scale. But in 2004, that all changed. In 1982, Section 35 recognized rights and title as existing. Unfortunately, they didn't define it. And so for 40 years, First Nations have been taking the federal government, the provincial government to court that decided a number of principles that defined rights and title. The biggest court case that actually affected my band was the Haida Court case in 2004. And then, to a greater extent, Chilcotin hired the principles that were found within the Haida Court case. And probably the biggest single recognition that the court made about rights and title was the Crown had to act honorably. Gladstone made some principles, Mick Cree made some principles, Delgamu made some principles, but the one single point that turned things around for my band and many bands from Prince George to Kitimat and some down Channel was the idea that the honor of the Crown mattered. And why this matters is because in the budget speech I heard a number of comments relating to First Nations. There was it's almost on every single page. And also talking about the economy, and talking about permits, and talking about mining, and talking about forestry. The previous speakers just got through mentioning the Forest and Range Agreement. That was created by the BC Liberals. That was the first time that First Nations had gotten engaged in the economy, not only with revenue sharing, but also with a volume of wood to harvest in their own right. And that was the start of my band actually making money outside the Indian Act. And it was an amazing time, but little did we know that was just the tip of the iceberg for my band. Because then we took off on mining, and then we took off with LNG and acquiring land. Some land to be converted to reserve, but not for economic development purposes, but to ensure that we had a place to build residential units for our future. We did acquire land and we did keep it in fee simple status. We did agree with the idea that paying taxes is not a bad thing when you're talking about land, especially when you're doing business with corporations. So when we're talking about permits and mining and forestry and LNG and environment, that's where I got my start, environment. And contrary to popular opinion, I actually opposed resource development based on the degradation of my territory for the last 60 years. Forestry, aluminum smelter, pulp and paper smelter, even the actions of the local municipality damming up salmon creeks and backfilling salmon creeks and filling in salmon spawning grounds and destroying Ulican Run and Kitimat River. But the more I read into what was really going on in terms of society, in terms of the 20th century and 21st century, the more I learned that the narrative that I had followed for so long was actually part of the reason my band was stuck in poverty. In fact, a lot of what I learned that I use here in the legislature on a daily basis was my 8 years as elected councillor and 6 years as a chief councillor, especially governance. And governance is not mandatory reading for a council, but when you're talking about self-determination and self-governance, I felt it was up to me to actually learn more about what governance actually meant. Welcome to the chair, Madam Chair. And under the Indian Act, governance is serious business. Because if you bring in a deficit of 11% under the Indian Act, Ottawa punishes you. They withhold money or they put you on a freeze list. So First Nations don't have a choice. And if you don't abide by the rules of Ottawa, they come in and shut you down and take over. They kick the council home, they kick all the staff home, and the only two people they keep is the health manager and the social development manager. That's the Indian Act. But here's the kicker. If you overperform, if you provide a surplus with Indian Act money, Ottawa punishes you. You can't win. So is it any wonder First Nations have been trying to find money outside of the Indian Act while trying to resolve poverty? And then we come here to the legislature, and there's really no mention of the $8 billion deficit that this NDP government has incurred or will incur. No real mention of the debt. $165 billion, and the last count is $4.1 billion going toward interest payments alone. That is huge. And when I go home and talk to my family, I tell them about, imagine it being your credit card, and you took no account into just spending, and you racked up $100,000 in your credit card, but your take-home pay is only like $1,000 a week. There's no way to sustain it. At some point, somebody's going to have to pay that bill. That's a principle of governance, fiscal responsibility, that nobody seems to be talking about. Somebody's going to have to pay this bill, especially when you consider the big ticket items that have kept BC afloat for the last 10 years are coming to an end. Site C, the over-budget, federally bought project, is coming to an end. Sorry, that's Trans Mountain. Site C is the over-budget project by the NDP government. That's coming to an end. Trans Mountain's coming to an end as well. LNG Canada is coming to an end. Those revenues will not be there for the future. And there's no economic plan apart from government subsidized programs that the taxpayer will have to pay for. When we're talking about permits, First Nations reconciliation, and basically the society, is it any wonder that the land management amendments that were actually proposed this past month were actually opposed not only by certain groups but the citizens of BC, because nobody understood what was it about. Now, in terms of the comments that were made, in terms of how people were feeling, in terms of their anxiety, members of this House have called the comments despicable and dog whistle politics. Well, I made those comments as well. And I am well versed in Aboriginal rights and title case law. And what I found was a very secretive land management proposal that was causing division in our society. I'm sure the NDP government got emails asking, what are these land management amendments? What does this mean to my private property? What does this mean to my business? Because this side of the house, we got lots. No? Nobody got those emails? I guess it was just opposition. Okay. Anyway, we have an example of a land management agreement in BC. It's called the Blueberry Agreement. And it was basically put in place by the BC NDP government to basically reconcile a court decision on cumulative impacts for Blueberry First Nation. In partnership with the debate that we had here in terms of UNDRIP, this NDP government swore up and down that UNDRIP would not include a veto. In the Blueberry Agreement, when we talked about it, the NDP government said there would be no veto. They played with the word consent. But in the court case, HIDA, it clearly states you've got to do your best to obtain consent, but there is no veto. So we took the word of government to say that don't worry about it, there will be no veto. Well, guess who disagrees? First Nations disagree. Doig River and Halfway River are taking the BC government to court not only for taking away their territorial rights to their territory, but also for imposing a veto on Doig River and Halfway River's territory. I'm sure the outrage will come now, and we'll hear words like despicable and dog whistle politics, but it should be aimed at the NDP government for doing this. This is highly dishonorable. The Haida court case said, above all, you've got to act honorable as a government, as a crown. What Doig and Halfway River have said in their claim is that the BC government misrepresented what was in the Blueberry Agreement and made them, under pressure, sign a letter of agreement, which basically gave away their rights to their territory. That is despicable. They also claim that the BC NDP government withheld information. They didn't give all the information to Doig and Halfway River so Doig and Halfway River could make an informed decision. They also claim in their petition to the court that the BC NDP misrepresented the Blueberry Agreement. If that is not the definition of despicable, when you read the Haida court case and you read Section 35 of the Constitution and you read the Chilcotin court case, I don't know what is. There are different words for misrepresented. There are different words for omissions. And to pressure Doig and Halfway River into signing a letter of agreement, knowing full well that you were giving their rights away to Blueberry, dishonors the Crown. And the sad thing about this is everybody at that table, when you deal with rights and title, has to act honorably and meaningfully engage with each other. Doig and Halfway River trusted the BC government. But they made their issues known the whole time. They did not want to give up their territory. They did not want any First Nation to have a veto in their territory. And the BC NDP government swore up and down it wouldn't happen. I can't believe the NDP government has taken us back 20 years. This is the whole reason why we went to court over 40 years, was to get rid of this colonialist type treatment of First Nations people. And we did it. From 2004 to 2017, there was peace in the woods because of the Forest Range Agreement, because of LNG, because of mining. Everybody at that table was working along together to achieve one goal. Everybody succeeds. First Nations and non-First Nations alike. And the BC government, you collect the rewards in terms of the revenues and the taxes flowing to your coffers. To treat Doig and Halfway River like this, knowing that it breaches rights and title case law, is highly despicable. You should be ashamed. For the First Nations out there that I'm going to warn about land management amendment, this is going to happen to you. And by the way, there is no way that I would allow the government to take the benefits that flow from my territory and give it to my neighboring First Nation, even in an overlap situation, which is one of the biggest reasons why we can't sign treaties in BC. There's too much overlap. But the BC government, the BC NDP government, according to the Doig and Halfway River claim, took atmospheric benefits from Doig and Halfway River's territory and gave it to Blueberry. If you don't know what that means, that's carbon credits. How many First Nations in here would say, yes, I'm okay with government taking away my territory and giving it to another First Nation? How many of you could say that? How many of you go back to your people and say it's okay? If you can't do that to your own First Nation, why did you do this to Doig and Halfway River? Especially since we had a big debate on UNDRIP here. And every time we have some type of event, we open up this place, there are First Nation singers and dancers and drummers and prayers. And yet, the BC NDP government did this most despicable act that I've ever seen in the last 20 years. And the veto. We heard in UNDRIP debates there's no veto. We heard in the Blueberry Agreement there's no veto. Well, Halfway River and Doig says, yes, there is a veto. And why do they know that? Because Doig and Halfway River are counting on the permits so they can go logging their territory, so they can get gas out of the ground and into the pipeline and export to Asia. But they can't do it. Why? Because the BC NDP gave a veto to Blueberry over Doig and Halfway River's territory. Economic reconciliation is tied to the permits that Doig and Halfway River are counting on. But they can't do anything about it. And if you don't believe me, read the petition. Doig and Halfway River both separately filed petitions with the courts. It's all there. And I hope the outrage that we saw over the last couple of weeks in terms of the Land Management Act comes back up in terms of how this government treated Doig and Halfway River. Because I was shocked. In terms of First Nations, because that's all I hear in this place for the last 7 years, we didn't hear too much about detox facilities in relation to First Nations. Specifically, the First Nations Health Alliance in Terrace, who put together a well-thought-out budget to acquire a piece of property and start to deliver addictions treatments for natives and non-natives alike in the Northwest, including Prince Rupert. They got rejected by this government. Even though this government talked about UNDRIP, partnership with First Nations, drug crisis, death crisis, the representatives of that group came to this legislature and they actually met in the Hall of Honor with all the ministers who loved this idea, and they got rejected again. Well, it's not in the 2024 budget. And we know the options for Terrace and Prince Rupert, Kitimat, is to travel 7 hours to Prince George for the nearest detox facility on a highway that's pretty sketchy during the winter. And if you're lucky to get in, you got 6 months you got to wait. No mention of this in the budget. After all that talk about UNDRIP and partnerships, we know it's a solution. We know it's a solution that has been put forward by First Nations. And yet it got rejected. I think this is the third time it got rejected. How can it be a crisis if this government is not willing to work with First Nations on something that First Nations are well acquainted with? Addictions, whether it be alcohol or drugs. One of the reasons I started my speech in saying I shouldn't be here, because I was an alcoholic. And I dabbled in drugs at a very young age. And I quit when I got to the level of acid. How many of you have had substance abuse problems with mushrooms, marijuana, and acid? Put up your hand. Oh yeah, the other native, of course. From what riding? What's your riding? Vancouver Mount Pleasant. Is this the fact of life with First Nations? But I was born on reserve. So when I got into council, our big issue was trying to deal with alcoholism. And we didn't do a good job. Other nations did. They set up treatment facilities. They actually banned alcohol from their villages. We set up a bunch of programs, but none of it really worked, especially for a guy like me, where I'm not going to listen to anybody. I'm just going to do whatever I want, even if it impacts me negatively. But the one thing that did work wasn't our programs, wasn't our funding. It was bringing in a full onslaught of jobs, training, and economic activity. Through forestry to begin with, mining a little bit more, but LNG really took us to the next level. In fact, if you come to my community, we no longer have house parties. This is not because of a hotline that we developed. It's not because of a program. It's because economic activity for the next generation, for some reason, gave them a different path. So my heart goes out to Port Hardy, who just recently announced a state of emergency for 11 deaths in 2 months because of the drug crisis. Everybody's seen that news release, but what you don't know is that Port Hardy, as much as possible, is trying to develop an economic base as well through forestries and fish farms. And they want to keep it. A fish farm, we already heard the rhetoric from both sides of the house. It's killing off wild salmon. It feeds the world in terms of a cheaper alternative for protein. We all heard that. But nobody talks about the First Nations that support it for an economic base so they give their kids a future. That is a shame. We cloud it with the rhetoric of politics and the ideology. But we don't care about those kids in those First Nation communities that have no idea there's a better future for them if only their politicians would pull their head out of the ground. And Port Hardy is just one example. There's 203 bands in BC. There's over 600 in Canada that are in the same boat. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the success from First Nations from Prince George to Kitimat and how they turned their lives around and how they turned their communities around. All we talk about is our politics. We talked a lot about, I heard a lot of speeches in here about subsidies, oil and gas commission, oil and gas industry getting subsidies. Yeah, I wish Edison Motors would get a subsidy or a grant from this BC government because they got rejected. But the BC government funded their American competitors. In fact, Edison wanted to stay in BC. They got lured to the United States with free land and tax holidays, but they wanted to stay in BC. So they're relocating to Terrace, BC, my riding, which I'm grateful for. But they're doing it all on their own. No help from the BC government. But the BC government is willing to support electric car builders in the United States without supporting homegrown businesses here in BC. I heard a lot of comment about the mining industry being part of our economic fabric. But myself and the MLA from Kootenay East took a tour of all the mines up in northern BC, twice. Billions of dollars locked up because you can't get a permit for mining. You can't get a permit to get natural gas out of the ground, out of the piece. So we make a big announcement for a battery plant in Langley. There's a big announcement up here by the Malahat, for the Malahat First Nation. They're going to develop a battery plant. But where are the minerals going to come from? Certainly not BC. They can't get permits. How about Pacific Booker? Pacific Booker has been looking for a permit for the last 7 years, and they can't get a permit to get minerals out of the ground that can feed a battery plant in Langley or Malahat. Where's our minerals going to come from? United States? Another province? Maybe overseas. I hope it doesn't come from Africa when we've got the supply right here and we've got high labor standards and we've got economic reconciliation that we've promised to address and make better. Looks like I'm running out of time here, Madam Speaker. But we're talking a lot about electrified futures, knowing full well we don't have the supply of electricity to feed today's needs, let alone tomorrow's, based on the plans. And we don't have the infrastructure. So a $36 billion investment by the BC NDP to actually electrify our future, but that's not including the $16 billion overrun budget for Site C. And we won't know the total bill until after the election. So electrification bill is upwards of $50 million at least. But in the meantime, we've got the Sekoos First Nation versus Rio Tinto Alcan, as well as the BC government going to court over water levels in the Chaco River. And it's directly linked to electricity. How are we going to do this with the mess that's been made out of First Nations issues with vetoes, with UNDRIP, who nobody seems to understand what it is? All we know for sure what UNDRIP is that it's not legally enforceable. That's what the NDP government argued in court, and they won. The court agreed. UNDRIP is not legally enforceable. UNDRIP is only an interpretive aid, whatever that means. I think it's an opportunist term to say whenever it benefits the government, we'll use UNDRIP. And yet, the Kitkatl band went to court specifically to try to get their interests submitted into mining tenures, the application for mining tenures. And the BC government argued against them. How do we do this? When we talk about energy security, I wasn't aware when the Enbridge pipeline exploded outside Prince George, BC Hydro was within 24 to 48 hours of the grid collapsing because everybody switched to electricity. How do we secure energy for our citizens when it's that susceptible to a pipeline shutting down, and yet we deny Okanagan the ability to have natural gas as an energy source? We're setting ourselves up for failure. And if you do achieve this, if you completely shut down other energy sources and you find out you can't build the infrastructure, you can't build the supply, you're going to have to buy more electricity from the United States. Dirty energy that's generated by coal. Kind of defeats the purpose. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to use my last 20 seconds, and I do thank you for the time.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is always a privilege and honor to have the ability to stand in this House to speak about what is important to British Columbia, because very few people have the opportunity to do this. And especially when you consider my background, where I come from, and how the speeches were made in this House, in this chamber, disrespecting, denigrating people that look like me in this House, to an ability to stand here and participate and make decisions that are impacting British Columbians every day. And I feel so fortunate, and I want to say thank you to all those who came before us and paved the way for us to be in position that we are here today, especially myself. And I say this right at the outset, that the BC is a great place to live, put down your roots, raise your family, and work. And there are so many good things are going right now in British Columbia. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. We're a leader in growing jobs and wages for working people. We have the highest average wage in the country. We have the highest minimum wage of all provinces in this country. But having said that, Madam Speaker, while we are economic leader, people are facing big challenges. They are struggling. High interest rates coming from Ottawa, global inflation, and slower global economy that we are facing is impacting people's lives out there. They're worried. Mortgages are coming to renew. They're worried about the high interest rates. Slowing economy, they're worried about their jobs. And Madam Speaker, some say that we should respond to these challenges by leaving people to fend for themselves and making deep cuts in the name of reducing the deficit that people can't afford. That could be one of the choices, because government is all about choices. When we formed government, our first 4 budgets were balanced budget. Not only balanced budget, they were healthy surpluses. Then COVID hit us. And not only here in British Columbia, but globally. All governments face those challenges. You heard stories, different governments taking different approaches. There were governments here in Canada making cuts to the services that people need in those even more difficult times. But we invested and strengthened those services here in British Columbia. Our economy during COVID was one of the strongest. We kept most of the economy running. You know how, Madam Speaker? It is working together. It is bringing people together. It is listening to their ideas and put them and implement them into practice. That's how we got through. Our frontline workers, those who were out there every day, risking their own health, they were providing us services, producing product, building things for us. But that's what a real economy involving people means. When you put people in the center to develop your policies around, you hardly can go wrong. Madam Speaker, the choices that we made in this budget will support people through these tough times as well. By working together, we can keep building BC's strong foundation so people can build a good life here for themselves and for their families. Building a stronger, cleaner economy that works better for people, better for all British Columbians, not just for the top and the top few. Building a brighter future for people in our province with more jobs and opportunities so everyone can build a good life, which is at the heart of every action we are taking. We'll talk about some of the outcomes as a result of that. We have working, the economy is working, these ideas are working. BC has added 74,000 jobs in 2023, and a lot of them, more than half of them, are in private sector. That's why we have the highest, and despite the fact that we have highest wages, one of the lowest unemployment rate in the country. Honestly, the other thing is that we could have a strong economy. People want to come and work, but if they can't afford to live here, they don't have an opportunity to have a place to live, then all of that is for naught. Everyone wants to find a home that they can afford and build a good life in the community that they love. So government is taking action to provide lasting solutions. And we are taking on wealthy speculators and investors so the housing market worked better for people. There's always time in free market economy for speculators. Speculators are always looking at making money and quick bucks. But right now, Madam Speaker, when we have shortage of homes, we have to take action. Make sure that the homes are for living for people, raising their family, not to make profit out of them. That's why we introduced BC's home flipping tax, to take further action on speculation that drive up home prices. Making the first-time home buyer program work for more people by making it available to home priced at up to $835,000, which is up from $500,000, saving up to about $8,000 on the property transfer tax. Encouraging more rental construction by giving property tax exemptions to building for the purpose, building rental buildings, increasing the threshold of newly built home exemptions to 1.1 million to incentivize more new home buildings. BC Build program that was announced just recently, new program to leverage underused land, faster development, low interest construction, financing, and grant to increase housing options for middle-class people and their families. Madam Speaker, also, we must look at those who are struggling to help them with their rising costs. Global inflation is squeezing household budgets. We're putting more money back into people's pockets through new and expanded programs. BC electricity affordability credit starting in April. BC households will see about a $100 saving over the year. Expanding BC family benefit and adding a one-year bonus that will support 70% of the families in BC. 340,000 families will receive the benefit, 66,000 more than last year. Raising both income threshold by 25% and increasing payments amounts by 25% per child, which means if a family of four received $1,597 last year, they will receive $2,045 this year starting in July. New renters tax credit will reach 76% of renting households, putting an average of $374 back in pocket of renters from July this year. Expanding safe and affordable $10 a day childcare through Childcare BC with over 33,000 new spaces funded since 2018. More than 63,000 families are saving up to nearly $900 per month per child. Madam Speaker, just an individual story. One day I went home after office in Surrey Newton, and as I was parking my car, and someone is calling me from behind and said, in our community, people who are older than you, we call them uncle or brother, and this young man said, Uncle, can I speak to you? I turned around, I said, yes. He said, I want to say thank you. I have two children, and with your recent announcement, I will be saving about $900 a month. That's real impact on real people. That's what it means when we say that the government must be working for people. Madam Speaker, then we also must be looking at businesses. Employer health tax exemption threshold has been raised from $500,000 to $1 million, effective immediately, which means that 90% of the businesses will not pay taxes, the employer health tax anymore. There's a whole host of number of initiatives that has been taken in this budget to help ordinary families. Madam Speaker, I could talk about a lot of stuff in this budget, but I want to come back to my area, south of the Fraser, especially Surrey. And I may touch a bit on the debt and deficit, as we talked about many speeches here. Our debt to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the country, third lowest, Madam Speaker. And as such, BC is an economic leader. Now, let me turn to the area that I represent. Madam Speaker, you've seen some demonstrations, people rally out there, and people talk about how Surrey is ignored. Madam Speaker, that was true. Surrey was ignored, but no more. No more, Madam Speaker, and I will give you a list of initiatives that we have taken since we formed the government. And before I do that, let me touch on the leader of the opposition. When I was driving one day, turned the radio on, and he was on. He talked about, well, the BC NDP MLAs are nice people, but I know how to build. I have a history. I know how to build. And then he went on, during their time. I said, well, let's dig up a little bit, shall we? Madam Speaker, he was talking about that we haven't built in the first 4 or 5 years in government. So all the major projects, and he knows well if he says that he knows how to build, that the major projects takes time. Planning, if you want to do it properly. Unlike when they built Vancouver Trade and Convention Center. A minister of Jedi will know. When they start building Convention Center, the Auditor General report came, and many in this House will remember, that they start driving pylons in the water without even having a business plan in their hands. Guess what, Madam Speaker? That project was over 40% over budget and delayed many times. Now, let me give you some timelines. Some of the major projects that were being taken on at that time. Canada Line was one of the first ones. Vancouver Trade Convention Center was right there. They were both built in 2009. And they formed government in 2001. That was their third term. Third term. And then you look at the other. Portman Bridge, 2012. That was third term, at the end of third term. You look at Surrey Memorial Hospital Tower, 2011, third term. Evergreen Line. It was so far delayed at one time that many members will remember. People started to call from the region Nevergreen Line, you may remember. And that was built in 2016. That was the fourth term. South Fraser Perimeter Road. Take a look at any major project. The opposition leader knows that these projects take time. When you wanted to start planning and then build, it takes time. But he was trying to tell people that the BC NDP government hasn't built any major project in the first 3-4 years. That's why politicians lose respect in public. You can come up with the numbers, but we need to be honest with people that we are representing. Madam Speaker, you know what? All of that resulted in, let me tell you, a famous headline in Vancouver Sun. That was the time when Evergreen Line was finally opened. Again, claim was made, on time, on budget, although it was the fourth term. And this was the headline. Pick up a newspaper next morning. What was the headline? Another day, another bogus claim from BC Liberals that a major project is on time and on budget. It was none other than our dean in the gallery, Juan Palmer. That's the kind of, wrath you get when you are not upfront with people. Mr. Speaker, now I'm coming back to Surrey. Absolutely, Surrey was ignored. And now, when you talk about the year-end money that $1 billion that went to all municipalities, Surrey received $90 million. All my colleagues from Surrey, they campaigned, they advocated for it because Surrey needs to pick up. Surrey needs to be rebuilt, so that we can do a lot of catching up that we need to do. Let's talk about the public transportation. 2015, the Mayor's Council at that time made a decision that the SkyTrain expansion should go along King George Highway all the way to Newton. That was a decision made by the Mayor's Council. What happened? Why is that line not there? You will ask. Because the Premier of the day, Christy Clark, said, no, I will want to conduct a referendum of people in Lower Mainland if they wish to continue to expand public transportation along Surrey and other places, according to the Mayor's Council's recommendations. And there's a second question, well, if you voted in favor, then are you prepared to pay higher taxes? Guess what the result was? Resoundingly no. So no public transportation expansion, SkyTrain or otherwise, to Surrey. The last expansion to Surrey was, somebody want to guess? 1994. King George Station was opened 1994, 30 years ago. 30 years ago, and then now, not only that we said we will build, John Horgan at that time announced, because it was shared when it comes to funding, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, federal, provincial, and TransLink. And Horgan said, look, we need to show leadership. We are falling behind. That we will convince the federal government to come up with 40%. We will come up with 40% so that the locals don't have to carry the heavy load. And that's the announcement we made, and that's how we are funding those projects. And you know what? SkyTrain to Langley is being built now. It's being built. But because of the decision made by then Premier Christy Clark, we are 10 years behind. That line should have been working right now, operational, along King George Highway, if she did not abdicate her responsibility as a government leader. Let me talk about some of the other K-12. Capital funding. When we formed government, 2017, there were about 7,700 students in portables. 7,700. You know why? Because between 2006 and 2010, when the official opposition leader was Minister of Finance, Surrey Board of Trade was loud and clear to say that you have not approved a single dollar for capital expansion of schools in Surrey between 2006 and 2010. That's the result for all the portables in there. Population continued to grow. Students were going by 1,000 a year. And Horgan said, we will eliminate those portables because students deserve real classrooms. Guess what, Madam Speaker? Since that time, since we formed government, we have built over 12,000 student seats. So all those 7,700 plus some. So all those portables would have been eliminated, except the growth was forecasted and it didn't come through. Because the forecasting done by the local government was about 1,000 students every year. But the last few years has been like 3,000 students. Surrey is growing, and everyone knows Surrey is growing. That's why we are funding more for schools right now. The Minister of Education, is out there every day making new announcements. $43 billion in this budget for capital expansions. Record amount, Madam Speaker. That's called leadership. That's called taking action. Let's talk about 12,000 new seats That's the new seats. Compared to zero capital dollar between 2006 2010. So let's talk about healthcare. I remember when I first ran in 2005, the member from Fleetwood, who was running in Panorama at that time, made a huge issue about big lineup in Surrey Memorial Emergency Room. Hours and hours of wait. Did they do anything? No. Finally, they had to admit that we need to expand. The Surrey Memorial Tower, again, opened in 2011. Third term again. But at that time, they also announced, now that we have made the expansion, we don't need a new hospital. And just went further and sold the land that was purchased many years earlier for that hospital. And now we're building a new hospital. That is leadership. Not only that the new hospital is being built, as the Minister of Health every day stand up in here, remind us the improvement that we are making. 900 new doctors have come on board to take new patients. Is it enough? Not enough. Of course, more need to be done. Last year, 6,300 new nurses have been hired. Madam Speaker, but the painful thing here, when you sit here and listen to that side or here outside, they talk about that as a big government. Madam Speaker, when they talk about big government, they're talking about those 6,300 new nurses that have been hired to provide the vital healthcare services that the people need. 900 new doctors that have came on board. Thousands of care aid workers that have been brought in. And other healthcare workers that have been brought in. Because the population is growing, need is there, we need to bring those people in, those professionals in. And they call it a big government. You know what their answer to big government was, Madam Speaker? I may want to remind everybody here. With a stroke of a pen, no consultation with anybody. In fact, they went back on their word that we will not rip up collective agreements. They had a mass layoff or termination of some of the lowest healthcare workers in the province. 8,500 plus were let go overnight. That's their solution to big government. What happened to those men and women who was new Canadians, racialized women? Madam Speaker, I will tell you a story. I was at the Sikh temple on Westminster Highway in Richmond. I was invited to another event. And there were, 5 or 6 women came to me, and they just surrounded me and just kept on saying, thank you, and thank you. And I said, what are you thanking me for? They said, we also have a thank you event here. Thank God, and having a prayer here for a government to bring our jobs back in-house. These are the women whose jobs were privatized at that time. And there were a couple of them with tears in their eyes. They said, now we feel respected again, that our work is valued again. It wasn't before. That's the difference between leadership. That's the difference of government working for real people. Madam Speaker, there's so much that need to be done still. If I touch on my ministry, few minutes that I have, Madam Speaker, WCB changes so that workers' health and safety and the injuries are prevented in the first place from occurring. Strong preventative measures, followed by strong enforcement by having more inspectors and enforcement officers hired by WCB. But if you are injured or become sick because of your workplace injury, that you are treated with your respect and dignity when you're having your claim going through the WCB. That is being done. Madam Speaker, they talk about smaller government. One of their action, I would remind, Bill 41, we fixed it. One of the action is that if you were awarded a permanent disability due to your workplace injury, they indexed it to CPI -1. What does that mean? Someone who was awarded $3,000 pension when the changes were made, with the full CPI, they should have been at about $4,700. But because CPI -1, they were getting about $3,900. It was $700-800 a month they were falling behind and behind and behind. That's inhumane. That's not being respectful to the working people who run our economy. Not respectful for the employer as well. That's one of those areas. Madam Speaker, time is running out. I have a lot to talk about. Employment standard, minimum wages. Minimum wage, when we formed government, was one of the lowest in the country. You know why, Madam Speaker? For 10 years, they froze the minimum wage. 10 years. And it was a time when the top 2 wage earners in BC received tax breaks. And Madam Speaker, now, because a gradual, predictable recommendation that came from the Fair Wages Commission, now we have a minimum wage that is the highest of all provinces. Now we are tying to the rate of inflation into the law. And the member from Kelowna earlier talked about Bill 2. What would happen if there's a negative CPI or negative inflation or deflation? Wages will not go down. Wages will remain the same in that year. Just to clarify that area. Madam Speaker, Temporary Foreign Workers Protection Act was brought in because for many years, these folks were brought in because we need them. But they were made to live in unhealthy conditions. Their passports were taken away, threatened every day, could not complain to anybody. Now we are providing that protections. Because our position is, our government's position is, if you're working in British Columbia, regardless of your immigration status or what sector you work in, you must be protected with the basic and minimum standards that all workers are. And, Madam Speaker, we're working with the gig workers now to bring basic protection to ride-hail and food delivery workers. We passed the law, we passed the legislation, we're developing regulations. So they have a minimum wage protected, they have a transparency in how they are paid and what their deductions are, WCB coverage, and a fair process for their deactivation or termination, and, Madam Speaker, expenses for them, or paid for expenses for them to do their business, which is bring their own car, gasoline, and others, car repairs. Madam Speaker, that work is going on, and I'm hoping that work will be completed by this spring so that those workers also can expect to have a basic minimum standard. Madam Speaker, it is always an honor. My time is running out, I know. And it's 8 seconds left. I just want to say thank you again for people of Surrey Newton to have your faith in me, have your confidence in me, keep on sending me year after year, and I really enjoy the work here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Recognizing the member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored today to stand in the House and say a few words about the 2024 budget. This will be our final budget before the next election. And it's a budget that directly tackles some of the biggest challenges that families in BC are facing today. It includes affordability, housing, healthcare, and building a strong, clean economy. These challenges, Madam Speaker, that families are facing today are a direct result of the mismanagement and reckless cuts to services over 16 years of the BC Liberal government. Make no mistake, these challenges are made worse by global inflation. But the people that were there, Madam Speaker, the people that were there during that time, you have to remember that immediately when they became government, they cut $4.4 billion from the budget. What's the impact of that? We're still feeling the effects of that today. And the same people that were there at that time making those cuts to services supporting families are the same people that claim they have the solutions to fix those problems. They're on the other side of the House, the very same people. Madam Speaker, our budget that we put together is put together with a different philosophy than that. It's a different philosophy than that previous government that they had at that time and that they have today. The primary philosophy, Madam Speaker, is putting people first. We say to the people of British Columbia that we've got your back. We're here with you to tackle these challenges. We're here to work with you to address the problems created by the previous government. And we're doing it in a way that leads the country economically and financially. Madam Speaker, you have to remember that our debt to GDP ratio is the third lowest in the country. We're addressing these challenges and we're doing it in a fiscally responsible way. And our economy is leading the country as well. I'll say a few words about the economy, Madam Speaker, because it's a few details that I think would be important to share, just in terms of where we're at today economically. So we have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country, 5.4%. That's below the national average. In the last year, we've gained over 70,000 jobs. And that's some of the strongest private sector job growth in the country. And strong self-employment growth as well. Between 2017 and 2022, we had the highest GDP growth among large provinces at 14.4%. We recorded the highest average hourly wages in the country. That's where we're at right now. From 2017 to 2023, our exports increased by 30%. And from 2017 to 2023, women's employment grew by over 100,000. We're leading the country, Madam Speaker, economically. And it's because of the way we tackle these things. The philosophy on the other side is to cut taxes for the top 2% and then willy-nilly cut services to try to balance the budget. Cutting funding here and there and everywhere just to try to make those numbers work. Pull money from ICBC, pull money from BC Hydro, just try to make it work somehow. That's their philosophy. But the problem with that is it affects people. It affects the people in British Columbia. When you just cut services, you cut funding to healthcare and education and across the board, mental health. Madam Speaker, just to give you an example of where things, let's just look at what happened. Well, before I get to that, actually, Madam Speaker, why don't we start with affordability? Why don't we start with what we're doing in this budget and kind of contrast a little bit to how things were done previously. So one of the biggest challenges people are facing is around affordability. And there are so many initiatives that our government has been undertaking to try to help with affordability, one of which is the BC Family Benefit. In this budget, we're including a $248 million one-year BC Family Benefit bonus starting in July. So what does that mean? That for a family of four, just to give you an example, a family of four would receive up to $2,850. And then with the bonus that we're putting in this year on top of that, that would rise to as much as $3,563. That's a family of four. On average, this is an average, families will receive $445 more with this budget. There's approximately 66,000 more families will receive the benefit and the bonus this year. That's 340,000 families in this province that will benefit during a 12-month period. That's the philosophy that we're undertaking. We recognize the challenges that people are facing, and we want to address these challenges by working with families, working with people across the province. If you contrast this to how families, how children, how young people were affected by the budget of the previous government, just as an example, they, in their time, cut $187 million from child protection and family development. They cut $34.5 million from youth justice and youth services and youth and child mental health. They cut $15.6 million in childhood development and special needs services for kids. Just trying to find little areas that can pull money out of the budget because they had to do that tax cut to the rich. But there are many other initiatives that we're undertaking in this budget, one of which is the BC Electricity Affordability Credit. That's up to $100 on your BC Hydro bill that you're going to get credited back. We're also increasing the Climate Action Tax Credit. 100% of that revenue that comes in from the carbon tax increase will be directed into the Climate Action Tax Credit. And again, looking at an example, family of four will receive $890 last year and $1,005 this year. The majority of people in British Columbia will receive more money back from this climate action tax credit than they'll pay from carbon tax. And our goal is to reach 80% of households in BC by 2030 that would receive this credit. Also in this budget, Madam Speaker, renters will see up to $400 come back through the BC Renters Tax Credit. And that's also I'm not even mentioning the funding that we're providing for childcare, something that was also cut by the previous government. And just to look at an example of, apart from all of these additions in this budget, Madam Speaker, if you look at the overall, the net provincial tax that a family is paying, oh, sorry, it's no longer Madam Speaker, it's Mr. Speaker, thank you. So let's take a family with a low income, $30,000 a year. In 2016, that family, when you add up all of the taxes they have to pay, would have had to pay a low tax of $177 back in 2016. Today, they actually get a refund of $2,420. Another way that we can help support families in British Columbia. But even at the higher end of the income spectrum, families that are making $100,000, in 2016, their net provincial tax was $7,473. Today, it's $4,630. So all of this that we keep hearing from, I mean, they say it a lot, it's like all these taxes, all these taxes. You can count up numbers of taxes, but the net tax that a family pays in this province is far lower today than it was under that previous government. Like, imagine that we can actually lower taxes and provide the services that families need in this province. That's how you run a government. So another area, Madam Speaker, that I can talk about in this budget is housing. This budget introduces a home flipping tax. So this home flipping tax will become effective in January. It will be a tax on the profit made from selling residential property within 2 years of buying it. So we're one of many initiatives that we're undertaking to try to curb speculation and make sure that homes are for people, not for investment, for speculators. I mean, this builds on, we're changing short-term rentals so that we can't, it takes away that incentive to buy property just to rent it out as an Airbnb. We want those properties to be lived in by families, by people. We're expanding the speculation tax. We're capping rent increases below inflation. And we also put together a rental protection fund to help preserve housing that is older stock that, again, has been the target of investors that want to come in and buy up the property and redevelop it to much more expensive housing units than are there. We're working to protect those units. Contrast this, Madam Speaker, to what happened under the previous government. Now, there's a lot of talk about housing affordability, and it is a challenge. We have to remember that during the time of the BC Liberal leadership, the average price of a home went from less than $400,000 to more than $1.8 million in February of 2016. That's an increase of over 350%. What happened during that time was an incredible amount of speculation that came into the market. Housing prices in Vancouver rose 200% faster than New York and many other, and even more than most other cities. You have to remember, this is the time when Christy Clark went to China with at least 3 real estate firms to promote housing speculation in BC. That's why we're dealing with this issue today.
Because of China?
No, because of speculation that was allowed to grow under the previous government. And they don't, some of them are new, they don't really know the history, I guess, but it is something that we are working to address, and it's a challenge. It's a challenge worldwide, but we're taking it very seriously with our initiatives that we're putting in place. So the next part that I'm going to talk about here is some of the initiatives to help with home ownership, some other initiatives in this budget, one of which is property transfer tax exemptions. We have a first-time home buyers program, and we are raising the amount of for a home up to $835,000. The first $500,000 is completely exempt from property transfer tax. Our goal there is to try to help young families and young new homeowners to get into the market. So people purchasing newly constructed homes worth up to $1.1 million will also see lower costs through the newly built home exemption. Of course, there's also BC Builds. The Homes for People plan is getting $198 million in new funding for BC Builds. That'll help create more middle-income housing for families and people. And there are a number of other initiatives around housing, obviously, that are underway as well. This is a major part of our work as government to try to address the affordability crisis in housing. The next area I want to talk about is healthcare and services. The budget provides over $8 billion over 3 years to strengthen healthcare, K-12 education, justice and public safety, and to also help people who need care and support. The number of initiatives that are undertaken in healthcare is also not just this budget, but we've created a new contract for family doctors. We're seeing a net new increase in family doctors, quite substantial, 900 new family doctors within the last year. Thousands of new nurses, with allowing some changes in international credentials, helping there as well. We're also investing not just in the services, but in the capital investments as well. $13 billion over the next 3 years to support construction of long-term care, acute care, and cancer care facilities. We're getting new cancer care facilities in Surrey, Burnaby, Nanaimo, and Kamloops, just to name a few. We are adding $227 million for home health care services, $127 million for community-based services such as Better at Home, which supports seniors on day-to-day tasks. We're also funding first round of in vitro fertilization. That's going to be starting in April 2025. We're investing in mental health and addictions, $117 million to continue funding more than 2,200 community mental health and substance use treatment beds, and more than 300 health authority and community care facilities. $49 million to support existing harm reduction initiatives at 49 overdose prevention sites. $39 million to fund peer-existed care teams and mobile integrated crisis response teams. Those were recommendations that came out of the Committee to Reform the Police Act that I was happy to be part of. And, well, before I get on to education, let's take a look at, Madam Speaker, how does this compare to what they did? There's so many things that they did. I think it was $360 million that they cut from the budget in healthcare during the time that the leader of the opposition was health minister. And but we are continuing to support the healthcare sector with our budget, and also the K-12 schools. Last year was a big year. There's 13,000 more students that enrolled in schools in British Columbia. So our budget this year invests almost $1 billion for more staff in classrooms to support this growth in children entering into our school system. Students will also be supported with $225 million for the Classroom Enhancement Fund to hire more teachers, including special education teachers, psychologists, and counselors. And $4.2 billion in capital investments to build, renovate, and upgrade schools for seismic upgrades and for playgrounds over the next 3 years in this capital plan as well. Now, under the previous government, they actually shut down 197 schools during their time in government. Now we're struggling to bring these schools back. This is, again, another example of how we're trying to address the challenges that we're facing today that were created by the previous government. They cut $100 million from education in their 2012 budget, the year that the Leader of the Opposition was finance minister. What effect did that have on students from that point forward? Imagine the things that had to be cut from our children's classrooms, just from the decision to eliminate $100 million from their budgets. It affected people. Let me move on to just trying to pace this out in a way that I can cover all these topics. Let me move on to our work to build a cleaner economy that supports people. So work to strengthen our economy and to invest in climate action. Our Clean BC program is well known, and this budget supports our commitment to climate action with $318 million to continue to fund grant and rebate programs for clean transportation, energy-efficient buildings and communities, and support the transition to a low-carbon economy. Now, there's another $40 million for heat pump rebates for low and middle-income families, $20 million for active transportation grants to communities, and $30 million to continue the implementation of our electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Climate change is obviously something that is going to get worse. It is a primary moral obligation of government to take action on climate change. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, on the other side, there's almost a competition to see who believes less in climate change between the opposition party and the BC Conservative Fourth Party. They're trying to one-up each other in terms of their interest in outdoing each other, in stepping back from commitments on taking action on climate change. It's ironic, the leader of the Fourth Party was kicked out of the caucus because he expressed views that questioned whether climate change was real. And yet, the leader of the opposition has publicly stated that it's okay if you don't believe, in their caucus, it's okay if you don't believe that climate change is real or not, as long as you don't talk about it publicly. That's what the leader of the BC UP party is saying. Our children are inheriting the world that we are leaving to them. And for some reason, there's a lack of interest and a lack of understanding that we need to be taking action on climate change on the other side of the house. They don't seem to understand it. And meanwhile, we're facing unprecedented flooding events from atmospheric rivers, the Nooksack River flooding that happened in 2021, cost over $1 billion. There is a cost to that. The forest fires that are raging across the province nearly like every summer now with increasing frequency, there is a cost to climate change. And we have the moral responsibility to take action on that. We're also investing in emergency management to help deal with these challenges. That's in the budget as well. $405 million more over 4 years to bolster the province's capacity to prepare for and respond to future climate emergencies. This includes $154 million in operating and $21 million in capital funding to support additional wildfire response, recovery, and infrastructure resources following BC's record wildfire season in this last year. So, Madam Speaker, why do I keep saying Madam Speaker? I'm so sorry. I just got
It's an honor. You can also say honored speaker, honorable speaker, Mr. Speaker. Just don't call me late for dinner. Yeah.
I apologize for that. I started with that, and then I just can't seem to change my my pronouns on that one. So anyway, Mr. Speaker, I am honored to be part of a government that puts people first. When we think about putting our budget together, we are doing it from the perspective that we understand the challenges that people are facing. We know how hard it can be, whether it's families, but also like small businesses. We're there for small businesses as well. We want to have this economy be strong to support families and create jobs in a clean economy. And we can do, and we're doing that. The efforts that we're putting in around Clean BC are paying off. We are becoming global leaders on the new clean economy of the future. And I'm so proud to be part of a government that recognizes the importance of taking that action and investing in a new direction, investing in a economy of the future. We don't have to go backwards. The government that was there before, we don't have to go back to that. We can keep looking forward. We can keep looking ahead to a bright future. We can keep looking ahead to a future that is better for all British Columbians. And I'm very excited that we've had this opportunity, and I hope we have that opportunity to continue this good work. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to raise a question of privilege, specifically to the comments made by the member for Port Moody, Coquitlam. There were a number of the issues there, specifically some of the issues that he raised in terms of speculation and what I would view as pretty hurtful comments directed at a specific region in this world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member. Member for, well, I was going to say Merritt, but no, no, Ashcroft, no. Member for Fraser Nicola. Sorry, it's changed a few times, but the member is still the same. Welcome, Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise in the House today and deliver my response to Budget 2024. $8 billion deficit. Who would have ever imagined? I had great hopes of support from this budget, considering the massive amount of spending the government is projecting and the incredible amount of debt that is being added on to the financial red ink that will have to be addressed by our children, grandchildren, and likely great-grandchildren. You know, when you sit in the chair at the head of this House and you actually listen to the debate. I think that British Columbians are looking for a debate that is healthy, that is factual, that shares a vision, that shares concerns. And I'm going to share some of the concerns that I have with this budget today. Fraser-Nicola is a fairly large riding in land base, but a very small riding in population. The boundaries begin north of 70 Mile, go south of Hope, over to Goldbridge and Braylorne, and east to Kamloops, takes in Merritt, all the way down Highway 3 to the U.S. border. 8 municipalities, 3 regional districts, 4 school districts, over 32 First Nations bands. All major highways coming out of the Metro Vancouver area drive through Fraser-Nicola. Our major industries include forestry. I have a mill in Merritt that's working 2 days a week because they can't get permits put through by this government. We have mining. Again, permitting is a major issue. If we're hiring that many more government employees, there are a number of issues that need to be addressed by government in regards to permitting. Agriculture that sees flooding and drought. Transportation. If you've driven the Fraser Canyon lately, have lots of time to stop while we fix the 2 years since the atmospheric river. Tourism that is hurting in my riding, to name a few. My riding's been the epicenter of climate disasters, including multiple years of wildfires, flooding from both freshet and atmospheric rivers, landslides, and drought. Every aspect of the provincial budget impacts the people of my riding, who are resilient, determined, and willing to do what it takes to help out neighbours and often strangers. But I can tell you, Honourable Speaker, my people are tired, they are disappointed, and they are looking for results from this budget and from this government. Let's talk about affordability. People in my riding are facing the very same challenges of affordability as everyone across the province. Housing and rent costs have skyrocketed, no matter where you live, and housing needs have not kept up with demand. Despite living in an area where many grow their own vegetables and fruit, where we have local farmers and ranchers who produce top-quality meat, grocery prices are unaffordable despite the promises of relief from government. In rural areas, we often have to drive long distances for services. The price of fuel at the gas pumps is unaffordable for so many people. And the cost of heating your home has forced many to make choices that they never, ever imagined they would have to make. This is not the British Columbia we were promised, but it is, unfortunately, the British Columbia we will continue to live with, given the lack of concrete action from this NDP government. Tell me what actual actions will help my people survive and thrive the next year and the next 3 years. Nearly all the affordability measures presented in this budget are time-limited, lasting 1 year only. People are looking for a government that has a long-term vision to help people beyond the election year. I know that BC United has had many discussions about how we can help people in this affordability crisis. How can we leave more money in people's pockets, making life more affordable? Perhaps by cutting provincial fuel taxes, making gas more affordable. 15 cents per litre it would save. Groceries have never been more expensive. BC United would remove the carbon tax on on-farm fuel use, reducing operational costs for farmers. In conjunction with the elimination of the provincial fuel tax, this will make groceries more affordable for everyone. By removing the carbon tax from home heating, these savings could happen right now, Mr. Speaker. They don't involve a convoluted, bureaucratic process of application. They just require a government that shows leadership and understanding of where British Columbians find themselves. It's not a shell game of increased taxes taken from one pocket and a promise of a little bit of a refund in the other pocket, but first you must apply, jump through the hoops, give up your firstborn child, it feels like sometimes, and the list goes on and on. We all know that there is one taxpayer, and our affordability crisis needs to recognize the need for immediate relief for so many in our society. Let's talk health care. The words that come to mind to describe our healthcare system today are chaos and crisis. Those are words used by the professionals working so hard within the system and by those who are trying to access the system. Doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals are protesting on the front lawns of this legislature. The people of Merritt and area have held many protests on the front lawn of their hospital to show support for their doctors and nurses and to register their concern and anger at the continuous announcements of ER closures from a system in chaos. The community of Clinton has been asking for improved medical services for years. In 2017, Premier Horgan announced 24/7 ER services at the Ashcroft Hospital site, raising expectations that have never been fulfilled. The community of Lytton, burned to the ground 978 days ago, find themselves in consultation process for what kind of health services they would like brought back to the community. This after a multi-year fight to get what they had before the fire. What I hear from residents is they want what they had. Just get on with it. Despite the endless announcements and promises by the health ministry, the system continues to crumble and the people of BC are losing faith. At one time, BC was the best place in Canada to have cancer because it was the quality of our professionals and the care given. Today, people are dying on wait lists, and we are sending patients to the U.S. You have to wonder who is leading this healthcare file. Let's talk disaster management. There are a lot of words spoken about climate change in this chamber and the impacts on the land base and on communities. We talk mitigation, planning, crisis management, recovery, the Sendai framework. It's almost like a new language in itself. But I want to talk about people. Let's talk about Josh, who lives in Cache Creek. His house, along with two others, are located on the side of the Cache Creek, which, during the floods of 2017, the bridge, the small bridge was flooded, and our fire chief died on that bridge. Josh has a young family. In fact, he tells me that he actually brought one of the babies home, walking over a homemade walk bridge because he's waiting for government and for recovery to help with the bridge. 6 years later, that kid's going to school now, and they still don't have a bridge. They don't have fire protection. They can't get insurance. And here we sit and wait and wait and wait. Communities and areas throughout my riding are facing funding challenges when it comes to the cleanup process, the environmental impacts, the riparian rules and regulations. Is this addressed in Budget 2024? The City of Merritt experienced devastating impacts from the 2021 atmospheric river in November. Their recovery and mitigation planning indicates a major investment needed by the provincial government in order to access the already committed federal dollars. Are those funds for Merritt in this budget? Because they're going to lose the commitment from the federal government if this provincial government doesn't step up. And we can talk about mitigation forever. I can tell you, I've got some places where those mitigation talks could make a difference. Put some funds where the talk is. And I also want to talk about the village of Lytton. If this is an example of government action or inaction in emergency management, the government should hang its head in shame. As I listen closely to the responses to the 2024 budget from government members, I hear the words, "We've got your back." We are building an unprecedented number of houses. New schools, new health sites, new government services. And I think about the village of Lytton. Let me share the reality of living in Lytton or wishing you could go home. Lytton residents have been out of their home for 978 days. Let me repeat that for you and give you a moment to think about it. 978 days. That's 32 months and 2 weeks. That's 3 Christmases not at home. Birthdays, anniversaries that have not been spent in your home community with your family. Not one house has been built. Government has spent incredible amounts of money. To date, I understand it's over $40 million and not a house built. How can that be? How can anyone on government side think that's okay? And because no one's in charge, you can't hold anyone accountable. People have died waiting to go home. The community rebuild is paralyzed by a lack of provincial government leadership. All the right words are said over and over and over again, but it is paralysis by analysis. Bureaucracy gone amok with no clear processes or accountabilities. I would just love for someone on that side of the House to stand up and say, "I'm going to take this on." Property owners are frustrated with the lack of information and clear processes. People are making decisions to sell their property due to no clear timelines on when this is going to end and someone take some responsibility. Is there any help in this budget for the people of Lytton? Has government learned anything from their lack of leadership on this file? From their lack of results? From their lack of process? From their lack of accountability? From their very visible lack of commitment to get this community rebuilt? 978 days ago, you promised. Shame on you. Mr. Speaker, to say I'm disappointed in Budget 2024 for the people of Fraser-Nicola is an understatement. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Chilliwack, Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand, and I think I might get the last word of the day, and speak in favour of Budget 2024. We all know, everybody in this House knows, how incredibly difficult the last years have been. I know that one of the things I'm very grateful for is how generous my community is with sharing their individual experiences, their stories with me, so that I can carry them here in the work that we're doing. And I know that so many of us have the benefit of the generosity and the heart and the wisdom of the people that we serve when we carry their words and their experiences back here. And it's with those in mind that not only do we make decisions around policy and not only do we debate legislation, but we can reflect on Budget 2024. So I would be remiss if I dug into this huge amount of work that this budget represents without saying thank you to the people that make it possible. And I know, Honourable Speaker, you're aware that I have the privilege of serving in the Ministry of Finance as the Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity, and as such, get to go into that office and during budget time, long before actual budget time, seeing the incredible work of the amazing team there, not only in the ministry office, but all of that work that reflects the incredible commitment and dedication of the public service, and the consultations, all of the voices that went into contributing to what ought to be the priorities of our government, of this place, as we move forward with the last budget before the election in the fall. And Honourable Speaker, knowing how very, very difficult the last few years have been, and how choosing to invest in people, choosing to take care of people, choosing to stay together as best we could in the face of multiple emergencies, multiple crises, was the right choice. I can't imagine, or I won't imagine, I guess, where we would be if we had have made a different choice to not be there for people. As hard, as difficult as things are and have been, the options and the doors that we have ahead of us and that we see being worked on in Budget 2024, they simply wouldn't exist. Those pathways simply wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the work that we've been doing taking care of people up until now. And so, with all of that in mind, Honourable Speaker, when I think about the budget, I think about small businesses and I think about families. And I understand these are not the only things that I think about or that are involved in the budget, but I know I hear from our small business owners in Chilliwack, Kent, and as a mother and a daughter and a sister, family, I think about family a lot. So I know that I'm watching neighbors struggle. And what I am so very proud of with this government and with this budget is that despite how difficult things are, this budget is a reflection of values of investing in people. We as a province find ourselves economically in a better position because of those investments in people. We're taking action to ease everyday costs for people. In the face of global inflation, our government has focused on easing the pressure of everyday costs for people so that people can build a good life here. And that is not to say that it's easy. There is nothing in this budget that would suggest that we are not all collectively and together going through an incredibly difficult time. We hear the stories from our constituents. We hear the worries from people. I'm very fortunate that I get the benefit of perspective in my home from two teenagers who definitely have a different outlook maybe than I do, have a very different outlook than most of my colleagues, and it is humbling and refreshing when they ask questions about that usually center around why. Why does it matter? Why are they saying that? Why is there this disagreement? And then there's what? What does it mean? And when it comes to the budget, that's incredibly, incredibly important. Because although we've heard conversations around what's going to be hard, when we know things are hard right now, that's why we're taking this action, because we hear concern and what ifs and what abouts. And while I want to honor the real experiences and the individual situations, I also find myself having to explain to my kids the current political climate that is coloring the analysis and the debate of this, our budget 2024, this budget that focuses on taking care of people, and trying to frame it in a way that leaves open for discussion or opinion or differences, having to explain to my teenagers, who one will be voting in the next election and the other very soon after that, is that what I see in the debate, in the rhetoric, in the comments to the media, in the mistakes made in the opposition's analysis in front of the media, is that we seem to have voices, two loudest voices. One voice racing to the fringes and the extremes of shock and rage farming. And the other voice can't decide what to be mad about in order to stay relevant, and so instead is mad at everything. And that is the conversation about the budget and why people are saying what in these debates. Now, I've had questions from my constituents, and I'm going to hop around a little bit, Honourable Speaker, because I am aware of my time, and I want to make sure I get different pieces in here. So my colleagues have been very generous in canvassing so many elements of the budget, but the number one question I get from my constituents is, okay, what does it mean here? Can you tell us what we've seen invested here, what's coming, what we're going to be seeing over the next few months? And Honourable Speaker, I am so very excited, and this is not in any of my notes because it was just announced today, but Chilliwack, after years of advocacy, it has been selected as a site for a foundry centre. And in my community, where I have amazing advocates and incredibly powerful, loud voices who are so great at rallying support, this is a huge win for not only our community, but for the youth in our community, for the future of our community. And so I'm just very excited about that, and definitely have to mention it. But I want to talk about things that I think a word I heard, I'm not sure which day it was, in the last few days of debate, was around practical, what tangible. I'm paraphrasing. But what can we see, what can we touch, what can we feel from this budget for Chilliwack and Chilliwack-Kent? Because, Honourable Speaker, as I'm sure you can imagine, like so many of our ridings, both of the Chilliwack ridings are inextricably linked. So some of these cross barriers or encompass the entire region. So, Budget 2024, when we're looking at capital investments, when we're looking at what people are going to be able to see around Chilliwack-Kent and Chilliwack, Sarda Secondary. I graduated from Sarda Secondary, go Falcons. There's a 2-story addition. This will create 400 new spaces for students and renovating the gym at the school, bringing the capacity to 1,600. We're investing $40.1 million in this climate-friendly mass timber project. We're going to see a new East Side Elementary. This is going to be 500 students in kindergarten to grade 5. This is after we've already seen investments like the expansion of G.W. Graham with 250 new student spaces, an addition provided for Vetter Elementary with 240 new spaces, Imagine High, Arts and Technology, Stitos Elementary. Honourable Speaker, there's been so many investments. When we talk about housing, we're talking about programs or investments like Paramount Housing, which every time I drive by downtown Chilliwack and see the Paramount Housing, it's incredibly exciting. Talk about housing that we developed in partnership with Chiacton First Nation. That was amazing. And we talk about things like the Wellness Centre, which is an incredible testament to Chilliwack and a new way of doing things, and has required our government to be nimble and responsive. And so, Honourable Speaker, BC is an incredible place to live, and arguably Chilliwack-Kent is definitely among the best. We have So much opportunity. And while we are an economic leader, we know that people are facing big challenges. I'm so grateful to the constituents who come into my office to share their experience. We're taking action to make things a little bit easier. And Honorable Speaker, I know that I've only got a few minutes, so I won't take too much longer, but I just want to highlight the high points for anyone who might be watching and confused, as I was saying, about why we're hearing certain voices sharing certain messages. Here are some pieces of information that will be useful to families and individuals. BC Family Benefit Bonus for 1 year, adding up to $450 more a year for families and helping 25% more families. There's the BC Electrical Affordability Credit, saving families an average of $100 over the next year on their power bills. The first-time homeowners program now available on homes up to $835,000, saving up to $8,000 on property transfer tax. A flipping tax because homes are for families. Employer health tax, this is a big one, and I've heard so much positive feedback around this. Cutting small business taxes by raising the employment health tax exemption threshold from $500,000 to $1 million. And the climate action tax credit, increasing it so if a family of 4 received $890 last year, they'll receive $1,005 this year. There's so many things to canvass. I would definitely encourage people in Chilliwack and Chilliwack-Kent, reach out to your MLA. If you're wondering how this budget impacts you specifically, your family, your situation, whether you're a senior, a small business, somebody who's just starting out, or if you have a family still at home. And if you have any questions about why you're hearing certain rhetoric, it is an election year, but make sure that you reach out to your MLA, question the messages that you're hearing, and there are absolutely resources available. I am in full support of Budget 2024. It acknowledges where we are without cutting services in order to try to make things look like they work. We understand very clearly what happens and how long it takes to clean up the mess of cutting services and hurting people to try to make things look good on the surface. And we've made a different choice. We will not turn our backs on people. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Noting the hour, member, you can move the adjournment of debate.
Noting the hour, I move adjournment of the debate.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor? Sorry, member, minister? No? Okay. You heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the House now adjourn.
You heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. you.